up, everybody? I want to apologize for the delayed start to this morning's show. Unfortunately, though, couldn't find anywhere that wasn't in front of a pole. Temperatures today supposed to be in the mid-80s, which, if you're in the direct sunlight, that means it's about 100 degrees. So we didn't want to do that either. So we delayed the show by about an hour or so here, so we could try to find a decent spot. It's still not perfect, obviously. The arrival's not looking too great, but good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Expected to stay on the 05s today, but again, all the parking spaces that I had when I first started, or when I first got here, were all behind poles. So that put us in a bad place if we were going to have any 05 action today, or any 23 action today, excuse me. So I wanted to wait it out, see if we could find us a better spot. Luckily we did. So, like I said, every parking space that I attempted this morning was in front of a pole. Plus, I was feeling a little under the weather, so I had to delay the start of the show. So again, happy Sunday. Welcome for Reed, Heathrow Joe, Eddie, Virtual Aviation, Robbie, Miss Ramona. Good morning, you guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you guys are watching from. Hopefully today will be a semi-good plane spotting day. Hopefully it'll be a nice, fun day. Got a couple of Americans coming at us here. We've got a couple other ones as well. But let's take a look at our heavies. Looks like American 173 Heavy from London's 2 hours, 12 minutes out. Air France 3 hours, 49 minutes out, 39 minutes out, excuse me. So a little bit of time for them. We do have JetBlue. Oh, JetBlue changed it. So JetBlue 404 was supposed to be the Brooklyn Nets livery, but it looks like they changed it to one of their new liveries. That went up on flight radar. They haven't left San Juan, Puerto Rico yet. Aeromexico up on flight radar. They haven't left yet. Copa Airlines, Copa 466, they have left Panama City already. 45 minutes in the air so far. 3 hours, 13 minutes left for them. So there's what we're looking at for our internationals. We should have some Air Canada action as well. So we'll see how the day progresses. Not sure how hot it's going to be today. Again, it's supposed to be 85 degrees. We'll see where the day takes us with the temperatures. Next arrival, though, is going to be American Airlines 2340 coming in from Miami. This is going to be that A321 Neo. That one arriving here in just a few minutes. Matthew, good morning. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. I must have got a hold of something yesterday that made me feel a little sick to the stomach. Had a couple issues this morning, but I feel like I'll be alright for the next few hours here. Got a little ginger ale, some crackers, we'll be alright. Kind of sad that the Brooklyn Nets livery was canceled, but it will be one of JetBlue's new liveries on the A320. It's already kind of hot out here. The humidity's pretty hot. I'm sweating pretty profusely. It's not really any kind of a breeze this morning. So again, we needed to set up where we could get a good view of both ends, just in case the runway changes. I don't foresee the runway changing today, but you've always got to be prepared. And again, like I said, it is that time of year where everything is on the 05s. To the start of fall, the wind changing directions and such, so see how things go here. So again, this one coming in from Miami, Florida. A321 Neo. So again, like I said, parking limited here today, so some of our shots are a little off today. Hoping we get a nice breeze through here. Like I said, I am already sweating. High humidity. I come from western North Carolina, but the weather is nice, but it's humid out here already this morning. There's not much of a breeze blowing through, so I am sweating. My glasses are fogging up. Typical Carolina weather here in August. Again, it's supposed to be about 85 degrees this afternoon, according to all of the weather that I've been checking here. So again, like I said, some of our shots are going to be a little off and non-existent. I wanted to be down at the other end of the parking garage. Unfortunately, no spaces without one of these big poles. I can show you right here. So all the spaces right against one of these, one of our big concrete pillars here, down toward the other end. So that doesn't make for good content. We want to make sure that we can see the 2-3s. Dude, I think that would be awesome if they do build some sort of water rafting area here near the airport. I think that would be really, really cool. I know the airport's building some big project. I need to look into that a little bit more. Mrs. Carolina was talking about she wishes she could go and see it. Go to like the meeting. They had meetings recently. She wanted to go out there to that. But unfortunately, we were busy. Marcus from Frankfurt, near Frankfurt. Good afternoon. So again, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Again, apologies for the delays this morning. So again, this one coming in from Miami. Our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4354 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. That one coming here in just a few minutes, about 2 minutes or so. So we'll swing the camera around here and check out what's going on with the United Express there on the end. That one won't stay there all day. Yeah, exactly. So our friend Ramona, she has some battery-powered fans, and she's given me an idea for next summer. So we're gonna have to get a couple of those, and get a couple of batteries, and get us some fans so we can keep equipment cool next season, as well as keep your host nice and cool. Again, I didn't feel too bad after last Sunday, but the Sunday before that we did the show, I had a little heat exhaustion there, being in the sun all day. We did that show up on the roof. I thought 82, 85 degrees was going to be good. It wasn't, so I had to... I want to go to Miami. If I could film at any other airport, I'd like to try Miami one time. That'd be a wintertime deal. Too hot and humid in the summer down there. I think Miami would be a perfect location. We do try to go to Dulles every now and then, and Charlotte. Charlotte, you guys all know Charlotte's. We talked about Charlotte last week. It's very, very busy, but it is all American Airlines. So we travel down there every now and then. I like to get all the busyness in. So Miami's definitely one that we would like to do. I'd like to do Orlando too, but I don't know that there's a good place to plane spot at Orlando. We'd like to try Atlanta as well. Atlanta seems like another good location. So there's our A321 that came in from Miami, just chilling here. We've got, up next we have Mesa Airlines coming in from Houston. This is going to be another E175 LR. This is going to be another United Express E175. So we'll have the American Eagle back here in the alleyway in just a minute. We got a lot of airports we'd like to go to. We've got to look at it from a show standpoint as opposed to just a plane spotter standpoint. As many of you guys know, it's easier if you're going just plane spotting, but if you're trying to put on a show, you've got to have very specific locations for good views. So that's some of the things that we as a show have to look at. So a lot of time and research goes into our locations when we go to different airports. Hey, looks like we got some interesting things happening over here. I'll show you guys here in a second. So it does look like JetBlue did officially move over to the D gates, and I'll show you why here in just a minute. As we check out Mesa coming in from Houston. 2 hours, 14 minutes of flight time for this E175. So, here we go. So this was the gate they were using, C10. As you can see, all of that is now closed. So JetBlue moving over to the D gates. Somebody said they were going to turn this into a customs gate, but if they do that, it's going to be a very small... They're making more room for customs from what I understand, so that's why they're closing that gate. I don't know if they're going to build more onto the terminal right there or what's happening with that. But from what I understand, that's supposed to be more customs area. We have that American Eagle coming in here. Again, this one coming in from Chicago. Delta 737 at the end of the runway over there. So we're about to have Delta get a move on here. They're completely covered up by the terminal over there for the departures. Again, bad parking locations today. Gonna miss a little bit of our shots today. Delta gets a move on here. I assume they're headed back to Atlanta. Next arrival is going to be Frontier 2979 coming in from Buffalo, New York. Tico, the two-toed sloth. That A321 makes their way around the corner. Let's go back over here to the American Eagle a minute. Tico's got a couple minutes here. Tico is just downwind of the airport here. I'm looking for Frontier flight. So Delta 1699 headed to Atlanta. That 737-900 ER. Looks like we've got an A321-200 pushing back over on the other side of the terminal here. I'm going to assume it's headed to Charlotte. Got an Avello coming in as well, but I believe Avello from Fort Myers is going to go to the other side. Find out here in just a minute. And if you guys remember, we had that runway closure on Wednesday night, so we missed out on the MD-11 departure, sadly. I assume they were out there cleaning the runway, getting the rubber off the runways the other night. It is that time of the year again. They do that about twice a year. We have to deal with the late evening runway closures. Frontier going to be our next one. Where did they go? They went way down before they made their turn. So another 3 minutes or so here for Tico, the two-toed sloth, coming from Buffalo, New York. That is Frontier 2979. A couple minutes for that arrival. So if we were talking about Wednesday, we were talking about how it looks like they repainted everything. You can see up to that point, they did repaint everything because this is not repainted. But it looks like all the lines beyond that point for traffic has been repainted. Looks like they might have done the taxiway lines as well. Oh yeah. Got the fresh paint for the alleyway. I assume part of that is due to that closure. I'm wondering what this is all about. I'm wondering if this is where they have to go in order to turn out, maybe, or maybe a new line they're gonna put in there. But I don't know why they would cross up an aircraft like that. But got some small movements here, some small changes coming to the airport. So we got a CRJ pulling out to the start line over on the other side. So Frontier from Buffalo, Tico the two-toed sloth, next arrival here, coming in from Buffalo, New York. We're looking at about an hour 25 minutes for Tico here. Look at Tico. Miss Carolina sending me some pictures. She's trying to show me what specials we have. We don't really have anything too special today. Again, Brooklyn Nets was supposed to be here today. It looks like JetBlue made an equipment change, so it looks like we're going to get one of their new liveries on the A320. From San Juan, Puerto Rico. That flight typically doesn't disappoint when it comes to the liveries. Tico going out there long. Everybody else so far today has gotten off of that taxiway right there. Looks like we've got an American A321 ready for lining up. That's the one we saw push back a moment ago. So that one headed, I believe, going to head to Charlotte. Could be our Dallas flight. Forgot to do our check before we start the show here. See how many of you guys are subscribed today. We're at 42 currently. I'll update you guys as the day goes on. Hopefully we gain some new subscribers today. There's a lot of things going on in the world of YouTube today, I noticed already. While we were delayed here, I was checking out what all was happening on YouTube. Lots of things. Aviation citation, good morning. So that A321 American Airlines 1895. No available information on where that's headed yet. Give that a minute to reload, we'll figure it out. Got a couple others ready for departure out here. Looks like a CRJ ready to go and a United ready to roll. So that American 1895 headed back to Charlotte. Delta's going to get their move on. Again, from our location, hard to see them lining up down there. So that's Endeavor 5160 headed out to LaGuardia, New York. That's CRJ 900LR. Delta connection. Looks like we got another one coming in from Charlotte. American Airlines 2688 from Charlotte here in a few minutes. It says 20 minutes, but I don't feel like it's that far away. Could be. Seems like our traffic's already slowed down a little bit. I don't think we've gone off to fall schedule yet for all of our flights, but could be wrong. Things kind of slowing down a little bit. Got a couple of Deltas and a United on the way. Copa's already been in the air for an hour and 13 minutes. Josh, good morning. London flight still about 2 hours away, 1 hour 47 minutes away. Air France taking a little bit of a different route this morning. They're a little bit further north than the American 777. Air France 4 hours 10 minutes. Looks like United might think about getting out of here. Sorry, I'm looking over some things here behind the scenes. So we got a couple of arrivals here in the next little bit. Delta, United, a couple of Deltas, United, American, all coming within the next little while. So I like starting at 10. At 10 o'clock when I was sitting out here, it was way, way busier. Looks like American from Charlotte's doing some weird stuff out there, like they're making a big S-curve kind of deal. Maybe like they're not lined up quite right, which is weird. So we check out and wait on this United 737 to get out of here. Is that a MAX? It is a MAX. What's up, Matt Man? Good morning. Bet this one's gonna head back to Newark. Just a guess. I'm not looking through flight radar or anything, but I have just guessing. I think this one might be headed to Newark. Hey, it looks like they opened the one taxiway we had closed last week. The one headed up the hill from last week. So again, we've got about 4 coming in here in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so as we await on United's decision here. Speaking of that alleyway being, or taxiway being open, there we go, an A319 taking that taxiway up. I assume they're either going to depart on the other side or they're headed up to the penalty box there. So they got to, looks like they might be waiting their departure, just like United over here on the other end, waiting theirs. So we'll see what they decide to do. American from Charlotte, they made a big S-turn. If you guys are following along on flight radar at all, you can see what kind of turns they made to the south of the airport here to get re-lined up. Looks like Republic Airways 5705 from Boston did the same thing on the opposite end there. They're getting ready to be downwind of the airport here in just a moment. So they might beat our American from Charlotte. We've got a Delta CRJ being pulled to the starting line as United, this MAX, gets a move on here. So again, if you guys are just joining us, not the best location today due to the lack of parking. I delayed the show due to the lack of parking this morning. Everything was behind a pole. And of course, as you guys know, the last time we were up on the roof in 85-degree weather, I got a little bit sick. So so I don't want to do that again. Temperatures aren't quite cool enough for us to go back up on the roof and enjoy some sunshine. Hopefully in the coming weeks. With fall fast approaching, it won't be too much longer. I don't think we'll be back in our normal locations up on the roof. As this Max gets ready to find its way out of here. Get a quick peek here, see if United's up on radar. There it is. And I was correct. United 1701 headed to Newark, New Jersey. That 737 MAX 8 headed back to Jersey. So again, we got that CRJ. We've got a A319, A320. 320 for Delta, getting ready to roll. Check out where Delta's headed. Delta off to Minneapolis. Delta 2519, that A320-200 to Minneapolis. Got that CRJ on the move. We've got American Airlines coming in from Charlotte here in just a little bit. There's our CRJ that was pulled to the starting line, ready to go. So I've turned the Bluetooth on. We're going to see if we can get some ATC rolling in here, but I don't know that we will. Again, this one coming in from Charlotte, this A321. About 28 minutes of flight time for this one. On the highway, good morning. Make sure if you guys haven't yet, smash that like button. It's a nice way to, free way to help out the channel, as well as subscribe if you haven't. Don't have a subscriber goal set for the day. I think I set our like goal to 300 today, I believe, 200 or 300. So again, make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. Bridget Klaus, good afternoon. So this one here was American Airlines. I can't remember. Now it's going off my flight radar. But anyway, coming in from Charlotte, about 28 minutes or so, this A321. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 5705 coming in from Boston, Massachusetts. It's going to be an E175LR. We're going to pick up our departure here. I believe this is our CRJ. Getting a move on. Where's our CRJ headed? We'll find out in a minute. Let's go to Republic from Boston. It's E175. Thank you, everyone. American 2688 from Charlotte. Got a United lining up behind this one, ready for arrival. We've got a lot of American and Delta, of course, waiting for gates this morning. The A321 that just landed in from Charlotte looks like it's going to sit over here and wait for a gate. So it looks like a couple of issues there for them this morning. As Republic Airways from Boston makes their way in here behind our Charlotte flight. but that's in the evening though, isn't it? It's not going to be like right when we start. I think it'll still be in the close to the 80s, right? I don't know. I'll have to check the weather, but we are on a major cool down coming real soon. So there's a good possibility Wednesday we might be up on number 7 again. We were up there last Sunday, or last Wednesday, no big deal. Last Wednesday's show, not terrible from the roof. We had a little bit of cloud coverage on a Wednesday, so we'll see what the next coming week brings. Hopefully next week will be nice and cool. Gotta try to figure out what to do for you guys for Labor Day weekend. It's a 3-day weekend for a lot of folks, so we'll see. I know it's the unofficial ending to summer, but we'll figure out what we want to do that weekend. I was texting Miss Carolina about that, about what we wanted to do for you guys, the viewers, next week. I don't know that I'm going to be able to go out of town. Monday is a very iffy day. Monday I have to be home regardless. Might be able to do an early morning show on Wednesday or on Monday, but again, I have to discuss that with Miss Carolina. September the 1st, a very touchy family day for us, so I have to be home regardless on the 1st. We can do a Saturday Lufthansa show. We haven't seen Lufthansa in a very, very long time. Maybe we can try that, see what happens. We'll figure something out for Labor Day. Hey, Pip, good morning. So, let's reopen the phone here. As you guys could hear, ATC is not cooperating still. I gotta look into a radio once again. Don't seem to have time to be looking into stuff. I don't shop either, so that's the other issue I have. I don't do a whole lot of shopping, so it makes it a little more difficult. All right, so we got Frontier Airlines on the move, but we also have Delta 2164 coming in from Detroit. Delta, I think, is going to be our best option here, as Frontier gets a move on out of here. That A321. So Delta from Detroit is going to be our next arrival here. Delta 2164 from Detroit, A319. Yeah, he didn't win last night either. Kind of a difficult race last night. Good finish though. A lot of cars up front last night that haven't won a race this year. It looked like Ryan Blaney took off with that win last night. Frontier 3073, they're headed to Cleveland. That A321, Seymour the Walrus. This one turning out really early, which is good. That means we won't have any issues from the trees. like we've got Republic Airways 4378, 20 minutes from JFK. I don't know. Delta 20 minutes as well from Atlanta. Not a lot of things going on here this morning, unfortunately. I don't know what the deal is with the schedules, but looks like we're gonna have a whole bunch of 20-minute breaks here between flights. John, good morning. Again, we're on the 05, so that means, you know, we're only on one runway. Not a good view of the other side when we're on the 5s, as many of you guys know. So we are stuck with what we're stuck with here this morning. Man, this tug is moving awfully fast with this A320, A319 on it. Moving that Delta awfully quickly. Thank you, Pip, for the $2 super chat. Greatly appreciate that. See if we can get a good shot of them pulling this across the bridge here. Southwest 1904 coming from Dallas. Going to be the next arrival for the airport. Not sure if it'll come this way or not. We'll find out here in just a minute. Yep, we've got a far south taxiway. Carries them right over the bridge over to the Terminal 1 side. It's not too often we see them use that taxiway, but there are afternoons and times they do use it. A lot of Breeze Airways will land this side and head up that way as opposed to coming up in the middle here. We also have the North End taxiway as well. That's the way the MD-11 went the other night as they closed the runway on us here for rubber removal. I assume that's what they were out here doing. They go through this twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall. Again, if Southwest doesn't make their way this way, it looks like we're going to be waiting on about another 20 minutes or so for our next 2 arrival. Again, I don't know what's up with Sundays here the past 2 weeks. Sundays looking more like Saturdays here lately. This is typically what we see on Saturdays. Very, very slow Saturdays. That's why we don't do too many Saturday shows here at RDU. Speaking of Southwest, we do have a departure. Southwest 1010 headed to Tampa. Southwest 1904 from Dallas Lewis Field is going to land behind us, unfortunately. So we got to enjoy the American 777, by the way, for the next couple of months, September through the month of October, because as some of you guys know, after time changes, they come in at around 6 p.m. So that'll be a late arrival for the 777, and they don't leave until 10 p.m. Why they do that in the wintertime, I have no idea. I don't see why they don't just keep their schedule. They change it by about 6 hours. Come time change here every year. Which is kind of miserable for us that enjoy the American 777. Get to catch the arrival on the weeknight shows. Of course, as the weather cools down, we may switch back to afternoons on Sunday. I try to give you guys as long of a show as we can on Sundays. But again, the last couple Sundays have been a lot different than what we've seen all summer. So, I have to make some adjustments to our Sunday shows, looks like, coming up before too long. So I know late in the afternoon it is a lot busier here on Sunday. I just try to beat the heat starting so early. Thomas, good morning, or good afternoon, I should say, there in Germany. Again, hope everybody's doing well today on this Sunday afternoon. Almost afternoon. Well, it is Sunday noon. Now afternoon. Or a minute past. So again, a few more minutes here as we wait for our next couple of arrivals. Delta and American both racing in. Republic Airways 4378 coming from JFK, now 8 minutes out. And Delta 3245 coming in from Atlanta, another 737. Mrs. Carolina gifting one Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you, Mrs. Carolina. Going to gift out hour 5 next week. Next weekend at some point, depending on what we decide to do. Congratulations to Mark, who got gifted that membership. So we've got to come up with a game plan for next weekend. Again, it is a 3-day weekend for me, although Monday is kind of a touchy day for the family. So if we're here Monday, it'll be a very early show on Monday. So I wonder when this United Express is going to go. You can see they're down there working on it. I'm not sure if there's an issue with this United Express. More than likely not, but looks like they're down there doing something to the United Express. Been here the entire morning. Again, I've been here since about 9:30. I did have to push the show back an hour this morning due to the parking, and of course I was feeling a little under the weather before we started the show. Feeling a lot better now. So again, not quite the start to the day. Give you guys an update on our internationals here. Copa's getting ready to cross Cuba. got about 2 hours, 6 minutes left. JetBlue 404 from San Juan, 2 hours, 6 minutes. American from London, 1 hour, 15 minutes. So they'll be here around at 1:18. And Paris is looking at 3 hours, 46 minutes out. So it looks like Republic from JFK is going to be our next arrival. They're getting ready to make their right-hand turns. Get ready to be on final here. Reynard, good afternoon. Again, welcome in everybody. Happy Sunday. Hey, Dana. Good morning. Well, good afternoon now. 12:05 in the afternoon. We've been on the air for a little more than an hour now. Again, I hope everybody is doing well. I hope everybody had a good week last week. I definitely did. I definitely made some decisions that changed some things around, hopefully, in my life. We'll see how that goes. Whether or not I have much hope in it or not, I have no idea. So, again, like I said, we've got about 6 minutes here for Republic. I'm gonna monitor this. If it continues like this, I don't know what we're gonna do. It is very, very slow. Whatever reason. Mattman gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you, Mattman. Congratulations to Laura for getting that Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you to all of our subscribers and our members. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you guys being here, especially on days like today when I made a mistake. Obviously, starting the show early was not too good of an idea. So we're gonna ride this out here. This may be the last Sunday we go this early. May have to go back to about 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoons on Sunday. It is time for the seasons to start changing here for the airport. All of our seasonal flights will start going away, as well as slowing down here a little bit. Everybody getting ready to go back to school. I think a lot of kids went back to school yesterday, or not yesterday, Friday. I keep thinking it's Saturday. I wish it was still Saturday. Kids going back on Friday here in Wake County, or Monday. Traffic definitely has picked up slowly. Drew, good afternoon. Got a American Eagle taxiing. We'll swing around to our arrival again here in a minute. Where is this one headed? Are they going to take this one on out so our arrival can come in? Sometimes they do things like that. Or is this one broken? They got wing walkers with it, so I assume it's not broken. So Wingwalker's following that one all the way out. We'll see where they take that one. I think it's going to go out here and start. They're trying to get this one out of the way of our next way in. So Salt Lake City flights, Lufthansa for us is, I honestly don't even know the schedule. I know on Saturdays they're here. I think Tuesdays and Thursdays as well, if I remember correctly. It's been that long since we've seen or done anything with Lufthansa. I don't know, yesterday they were here. Maybe next week we do a Saturday show here and give you guys our Lufthansa, since we haven't seen Lufty in quite some time. Don't think we've done Lufty since sometime last fall, in fact. Saturday's usually not a good day. That's why I don't do Saturday shows. For whatever reason, I guess a lot of folks are busy on Saturdays, so nobody really watches the shows on Saturdays, so we've kind of stayed away from that. That was even proven when we went up to Dulles, 4th of July weekend. It was one of our lower numbering shows. But the next day, Sunday, was another high day for us, so we'll see. So again, this one coming in from JFK, about an hour, 8 minutes of flight time, hour 15 for the E175. We do have Delta coming in from Atlanta here in just a minute. Supposed to be getting, we may start doing more Saturday shows as soon as we get the A340 more often. I know a lot of you guys really enjoy the Lufthansa A340. So as soon as we start to see more of that A340, I think that's supposed to start in January. So as soon as we get that stuff started with Lufthansa, will definitely try to make more of an effort to be out here on Saturdays. Delta 3245 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Another 737-9 GP. So this one from Atlanta. Looks like 53 minutes of flight time for this one, so a short hop from here to Atlanta. Better than the 6-hour drive. E175 down there starting up, so that one is going somewhere. They did disconnect it. Need them to shorten up their turn in there. Comes American Eagle, again from JFK. Looks like we got possibly PSA. It is. No, it's Piedmont. Piedmont 6115 coming in from Philadelphia. It's going to be a ERJ 145 LR. It's going to be our next arrival. Again, that one coming in from Philadelphia. Last minute look here at Delta. Again, that one from Atlanta. So Piedmont Airlines is going to be on the American Eagle E145, ERJ 145. So that one arriving now in about 2 minutes. Then that's going to be followed by American Airlines 2607 coming in from Philadelphia, an A320-200. So a couple of Philadelphia flights making their way in here the next couple of minutes or so. Also have Southwest 752 coming in from Austin, but they're going to come in over on the right side, unfortunately. So again, we've got a couple of minutes here before our E145 ERJ. See, again, another one. So there must be a lot of delays with American and Delta this morning, because this is the second or third Delta we've seen in American. Between the two of them, this is, I think, the third one. As they wait for gates on the other side of Terminal 2 over there. So this Delta will sit and hang out, wait for their gate. Again, that one from Atlanta. Our first Philadelphia flight. It's odd to say ERJ 145. We don't see too many of these here. Seems like we've got this one on Sunday lately. See that one back here in the alleyway in a minute. What's up, Jay? See you, Matt, man. out in just a minute, Caroline. We've got a Delta out there. They're not, don't see anybody for Dallas at the moment. We'll see what, where they get to here in a minute. We do have Delta headed to the end of the runway. We do have that American A320 coming in from Philadelphia. So that's going to be an A320-200. You saw Delta there leaving the alleyway. Again, a lot of delays, it seems like, for Delta and American today getting to the gates. So if we'll see their departure if they are in fact leaving here soon. We did have an A319 head up the hill, but I don't think an A319's headed to DFW. They could have went up the hill and I missed them a little while ago. But currently where we're at, I don't see anybody sitting on the runway or in the taxiways. There is an American pushing back over there on the other side. See that tail there? As our A320 touches down from Philadelphia. A couple of back-to-back arrivals. Piedmont and American. Speaking of Piedmont and that ERJ 145, there it is. Waiting on that American Eagle E175 to get pulled out of the way. There's a A319 ready to go for Delta, as well as an American Eagle E175 out at the end of the runway, ready for departure. It's delayed until 12:47. Okay, so American Airlines 2685, that 737-8 MAX that you're waiting for, Caroline, delayed until 12:47. So that might be the one that we're looking at pushed back over there. We'll find out in just a moment. So no worries, Caroline, we'll have their departure for you. As we've got this buzzsaw sounding A319 ready to roll. This one, Delta Airlines. Find out where Delta's headed. Delta 1038, they're headed to Fort Lauderdale. So I think the one you're waiting on, Caroline, is this one right here. Possibly. As the ERJ 145 comes around to the gate for Piedmont Airlines. Looks like our next arrival over here is going to be Frontier 2640 coming in from Detroit. Text the Armadillo. He's been in the air 1 hour, 10 minutes, arriving in 1. I'm going to say 1.5 because I don't have visuals on him yet. Do have that American Eagle getting ready to get a move on. And the one over here as well as one out at the end of the runway over there. So American Eagle ready to roll. As we await text the Armadillo, that's going to be an A320 Neo. Frontier getting closer here. They're going to be our next arrival. Oh, nope, never mind. They went to the backside. Got a couple of Southwests following them to the backside as well. That American Eagle, Republic Airways 4765, headed it to JFK. Dang, the backside's getting all the action. They've got Southwest lined up like crazy, ready for arrival. As you can see, a Delta headed out there toward the end. They're going to sit there and wait a moment. So we'll see text the Armadillo come down the hill from Terminal 1 side here in just a moment. Being on the 05s really stinks. I'm not gonna lie, as we don't get to see both runways when we're on the 05s, as many of you guys know. So hopefully before too long we'll go back to the 05s or the 23s. But with it being the time of the year that it is, I doubt it. Fall of the year typically brings winds out of the north, causing us to be on the 05s for a couple of months out of the year. So the American 777 should now be about an hour, less than an hour away now. "43 minutes for the American 777. Yeah. Oh, Southwest 1764, if you guys are following along on flight radar there, they did a little bit of a loop out there before they made their way in here. I don't know if they were slowing down for somebody, but there's text the Armadillo coming down the hill. Again, sneaking in on Terminal 1 side. Laura, I like the uniqueness of your name there. Really stands out in the chat. Looks like we've got an American Airlines A321 headed out of here. Looks like possibly another Charlotte flight. coming up for that A321. Looks like our next arrival is going to be a Delta Connection CRJ. It's going to be Endeavor 5114 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. That one will be our next arrival over here on this side. Delta and American Eagle weight. Took in about 40 minutes for the American 777 from London. Again, this one coming in from Music City, Tennessee. Delta 737 ready to roll. They're rolling out onto the runway now. We'll pick them up over here on this side as we follow in our CRJ. Got another Delta arrival. Looks like they're going to come in on the other side as well. Republic Airways 5778 from LaGuardia and E175 LR. Again, possibly looks like they're touching down on the other side there. Delta getting ready to get a move on here. Alan Lee, good afternoon. Thank you for the £5 super chat. It's a really slow day today, Will. I don't know if it'll be a decent day for that. 737 on the move. I assume another one back to Atlanta. A lot of Atlanta flights here lately. Seems to be not quite our number one route right now, but pretty close. Seems like Delta's overtaken American for Charlotte. Those flights, the short flights to the two hubs. Seems like we, early in the morning like this, we have a ton of Delta to Atlantas. Seems like RDU to Charlotte's fallen off quite a bit here. So we'll find out where that's headed exactly. It is Delta 2633. Headed to Atlanta. So what is that, our third or fourth flight to Atlanta this morning? going to have a 7.5 today or not. We didn't have one last Sunday, sadly. It's the 737s. Mainly lately. Pretty good shot of this one leaving out. Off into the clouds for Delta, headed back to Atlanta. So we've got an American Eagle sitting out there, the penalty box. We're still waiting to find out if United Express is going to leave. Looks like they're loading that one. Alright, so we've got one up here on flight radar, American Airlines 2685, headed to Dallas. So Caroline, your folks on board at this flight, they are on the move. This is the second week in a row we've been able to say 737 MAX 8 for American Airlines. We had this one here last Sunday as well. Before we never got to say the MAX for American. Now it seems like they're bringing it on the weekends. So they're taxiing out just in front of us here on the opposite side of Terminal 2. Should see them pop out here in just a minute. Looks like Tex the Armadillo was in their way. I assume he made his way to his gate. Tex the Armadillo is going to come around the corner here. I don't know if he was waiting on American or who he was waiting on. There he is, finally making his way around to the gate, taking quite the scenic route, looks like. If you remember, they came in over on Terminal 1 side. Tex the Armadillo is gonna hit the gate. You guys heard the fire trucks. Can we get a good yeah, there we go. We still got the marshalling shots today, even given the bad parking spots for us this morning. So there you guys go. The marshal of Tex. Starting to move the cargo loaders, cargo handlers for the big stuff. Looks like they're getting ready for the American 777's arrival. That one over there is T.O., the two-toed sloth, getting ready for departure already. I feel like he just got here. But T.O. Having a good time, hanging upside down over there, ready to leave. Thank you, Brigitte Klaus. Brigitte Klaus gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Cat Nerd gifted that membership. Congratulations. And thank you, Brigitte. And there's the American that we're waiting on for Carolina. So Caroline got some family on board. That one headed back to Dallas. That's at 737 at MAX 8 for American Airlines. Again, not something that you hear us say too often. It's been about a 2-week run for the MAX 8 for American Airlines. As T.O. gets a move on here. Give you that information on T.O. in just a moment. Too bad my nephew's not watching. I think he would get a kick out of seeing the sloth. Mrs. Carolina knows exactly what I'm talking about. All right, next up is going to be American headed to Dallas-Fort Worth. So, T.O.'s headed out to Tampa, Frontier 3373. He is ready to roll. The A321neo. The MAX 8 ready for Dallas. Thank you for the update, Jay. Our American 173 Heavy, that 777 from London, 30 minutes away. So Caroline, there goes your there goes your family back to DFW. Ramona gifting 5 Carolina Aviation memberships. Thank you so much, Ramona. Rockman, John Harper, Tom Whitsock, Patty Spain, Gary Davis, all gifted at memberships. Thank you so much to Ramona, our good friend, Miss Ramona Aviation. Got another departure here. I believe that was the American Eagle was sitting over there. We'll pick that one up. Bit of a long roll for the E175, leaving a bit heavy, seems like. Ritzy, good afternoon. Linka, good afternoon as well. Hopefully I'm not missing any of you guys. If I am, I apologize, as we have a busy couple of moments here. Again, congratulations to all of the winners. We've got a E175 hiding over there. I don't know that we're going to be able to get this one's marshal shot in here. I know a lot of you guys really enjoy the marshalling shots. I think he might be going directly into the corner. I don't think he's going to the gate we're looking at. You can see gate D8. And if you guys weren't here a minute ago, it looks like C8 and C10 over on this side closed. Last I heard from a friend of ours that works here at the airport that they're going to be adding some more customs stuff right here. And now I don't know if that entails adding a new building or adding on to the building. I have no idea what all that entails. Obviously you can't fit any big aircraft back here, but these two gates here are closed. So that does mean, in fact, JetBlue did move over to the D gates just on the other side of Tex, the Armadillo there. We've been seeing a lot of them over there. So now we officially know they have closed this side. Speaking of Tex, the Armadillo, offloading his bags. Give you guys a quick update on all of our international stuff. We do have an American Airlines coming in here in just a minute. It's actually Republic Airways 4545 from LaGuardia. 30 minutes for the American 777. Looks like we're going to have a couple Americans, a couple of Deltas here in the next couple of minutes. So, American from London already about to cross into North Carolina. Just now, slightly into Virginia. Got my states backwards here. Copa's already in Florida. They're getting ready to pass Tampa here in the next couple of minutes. 1 hour, 23 minutes of flight time for Copa 466. JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico. 1 hour, 23 minutes. Aeromexico's already crossed the Gulf. They're just now passing by Houston. So Aeromexico 430, 2 hours, 1 minute left in their journey. And Air France exactly 3 hours. So our big one from London up here in about 20 or so minutes. We've got an American Eagle touching down now. There's just a quick update what we're looking forward to this afternoon. And again, welcome in everybody. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Subscribe if you're new. A couple of free ways to help the channel. You can come back and watch anytime you like. Currently, we're working on Wednesdays and Sundays. As we check out the American Eagle here. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4583. This one's going to be coming in from Chicago O'Hare. The last one coming in from JFK. Ever will Qatar Airlines? Ooh, I don't know if we'll ever see Qatar here. There's a possibility. With Charlotte getting Etihad, I don't know. Charlotte due to get Etihad next year. Don't know that we'll ever see Qatar. The only, once the 2040 project is completed, who knows what we'll be able to get. Would I love to see Qatar Airways? Absolutely. We'll see this E175 back here again in just a minute, but we do already have that next arrival on final. Republic Airways 4583. Again, coming in from Chicago, 1 hour 31 minutes of flight time for this E175 LR. So that one touching down, we'll swing over here to our JFK E175. There you go, Ramona posting that 2040 project link in the chat. I don't even know if we'll see that, Will. The way American Airlines has their takeover of everything, I don't know. That's been a long-standing flight. It would be nice. I would absolutely love to see British Airways. I mean, Delta did give up the Paris flight for Air France, so there's always a possibility. I just don't know if American will do it, though. American likes to control too much, I think. So our next arrival is going to be Endeavor 5072, another CRJ 900LR coming in from JFK. 1 hour 8 minutes of flight time. More like 1 hour 12 by the time they touch down here in just a moment. So we'll have double E175s back here. This one trying to get in. They've got one trying to get out before they have that second one that try to get in here. I feel like by the time we get internationals, unless it's long like Asian flight or say Qatar, Emirates, whatever, I feel like a lot of the overseas, like Western Europe's going to be flying XLRs. We've already got several XLRs that come into Dulles, TAP Air Portugal being one of them. They fly to Austrian, another one that flies the XLR. So who knows? Even if we do get all the international flights, Aer Lingus flies an A321, so it's not getting to be uncommon to see more of the smaller narrow body jets making these wide body flights. So nobody knows what the future of aviation is, but if you look at it, some of it seems like it's kind of trending. I mean, granted, there are still a lot of wide bodies, tons of wide bodies out there. You look at flight radar, there's thousands of them coming over every day, but you look at some of the ones that have already started with XLRs and already doing A321s, kind of like JetBlue flying to London from JFK and Boston and whatnot. On the narrow bodies, I don't know what it's going to be like by 2040. You're looking at, what, 15 years? You never know what aviation's going to look like in the next 15 years. So yeah, of course, Jay, the new runway will be able to hold bigger aircraft. So maybe we'll be able to get some 777-300s in here. The day of ever seeing an A380 or anything like that, that'll never happen for us. the current taxiways are not big enough, period, for an A380. We may get a 747-800 at some point, but they've got to have the terminal done for that. They've got to make room for us to be able to get anything larger than the 777-200s and the A350-9s and the A350s, you know what I mean? So, again, 15 years is a long time. A lot can change in 15 years. I'm not doubting it by any stretch of the imagination. Like I said, I don't know what aviation's going to look like. Again, they're really pushing, you know, these narrow bodies across the ocean. So you've got United Airlines that flies the Max 8 over to Madeira Island. That's, you know, almost an 8-hour flight from Newark, New Jersey. A couple days a week, so you're already talking. You're getting 737s and A321s crossing the ocean now. So who's to say they won't stop investing in the bigger planes? How many big planes have we already seen go to the wayside? You know, they've already stopped the 747 production. They've stopped the A380 production years ago, so I think the A350s and stuff may still thrive. But we'll see what happens. Again, long time, long way to go. Would I want to make that flight on a narrow body? No, absolutely not. By the way, that doesn't sound like my cup of tea. It was hard enough to go from here to Orlando on an A321, so I couldn't imagine spending 8+ hours, or we'll say even 6+ hours, because, you know, you figure you fly out to Los Angeles from here, that's a 4.5, 5-hour flight. 6+ hours on a narrow body. I don't know. I don't know how comfortable I would be. I did have some family fly out to Hawaii recently. I should ask them how their flight was to and from Hawaii. They did it via Southwest. So there you go. You've got Southwest flying from Las Vegas out to Hawaii. That was the flight that they took last week. So, you know, you never know. Think. Could you fly on a narrow body for 6+? I don't know that I could. thing I don't know that I could handle either would be like, as you guys will see, we'll have Aeromexico Connect come in here. You know, that's an E190 making a 3-hour, almost 4-hour flight. You know, I've never been on an E190. I don't know how big they are, but I feel like, you know, they're a lot smaller than 737s and A321s. So I don't know about that one either. And that's another thing. They do still fly the United 757s over to the UK. I believe they fly them into Dublin. I think both from Newark and from DC, if I'm not mistaken. So there's two more examples of all the narrow-body long-haul flights that have seemed to pop up here lately. Some people could do it. I just don't know that I could. Again, I don't fly that often, but I do know that flying the A321 from here to Orlando for that hour and a half wasn't miserable. It was a great flight. I enjoyed it. I just, like I said, I don't think I could do it for 6+. Especially on a full flight. If the flight's not full and you can move around just a little bit extra, I think that would be okay. But if it is a full flight, I don't know that, I think that would bother me just a little. So the other CRJ we were expecting over here landed on the other side a little bit ago. Iceland's another example. They were right at 6 hours, 6.5 hours from Reykjavik here to RDU. You got Play Airlines that flies from Reykjavik down to DC. They do that on an A320, I believe. Which I don't think we saw it Play last time we were in Dulles, did we? Don't remember if we did or not. Same, Jay. It's really, really expensive, really hard to fly right now. It seems like all of the flights are expensive. Pilot's got the window open. Thing too, I think I saw an interesting thing that somebody on Instagram was talking about the other day. They were talking about how they don't honor, a lot of airlines have stopped honoring frequent flyers, right? But if you have a credit card for that particular airline, then you get more than frequent flyers do. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not a frequent flyer. Should I be a frequent flyer? Absolutely. So Jay, Etihad and Emirates, just like Qatar Airways, I'm going to say it's slim to none, but I can't say it's the percentage is 0 because Charlotte next year is getting Etihad. I have to look at the dates for when Charlotte's getting Etihad. We'd like to be down there for one of those flights for the Etihad arrival. Etihad, another one of those airlines that I enjoy their liveries. Looks like a wonderful airline to fly as well, just like Qatar. Qatar has a really good first class product. That's one thing I'd like to do. I'd like to vlog some of the first class products. But at the same time, there's a lot of folks out on the internet that already do all of that. But yeah, I'm not going to say the chances are 0, but they're definitely not anywhere near like 50%. Again, like I said, 15 years at least. We got to wait for them to make the changes to the airport here, and we'll figure out what they decide to do. You know, you never know what airlines we might started this, did I ever think we'd get Air France? No. Did I ever think we'd have Lufthansa? No. And those two surprisingly have worked well. The airport's keeping those on, so they've been decent international flights for the airport, seems like, especially the Paris flight. Although the Paris flight did derive from the Delta, doing it daily with the 767, so but Air France taking that over. So it just goes to show you never know what we're gonna see. Walter. That's true too. If I don't like who's sitting next to me, then I might really have an issue. I typically don't. I don't think I could handle drinking before a flight either. Some of the movements that the planes make already make me sick to my stomach, so I don't think drinking would be a good idea for me. This American Eagle makes their way to the gate. Thank you, Ramona. May the 4th is that first Etihad flights. 4 times weekly serves Charlotte Douglas International Airport to Abu Dhabi on May the 4th. That's a good day to be at Disney, May the 4th. I know you guys hear me talk about Disney all the time, but so if you're into Star Wars, people get together on May the 4th. All right, A319 rolling out of here very quickly. I feel like this one's headed back to Tampa. Find out in just a minute where this one's actually headed. This might actually be our Detroit flight, or Minneapolis. Detroit. We had an A319 from Detroit earlier this morning. I wouldn't mind seeing Ita from Rome. I think that would be another fantastic flight. Plus, I love the look of Ita Airways. They're headed to MCO, headed down to Mickey Mouse Town. Delta 1377, that A319-100, headed to Orlando. Next arrival for us Republic Airways 5823 coming in from MCO, another one from Orlando. However, that one's going to be over on the backside. Looks like our next actual arrival is going to be Southwest 4569 coming in from New Orleans, and then the 777 will be following thereafter. So we got a couple minutes here before we need to turn the camera around. We do have Piedmont Airlines in that ERJ 145 getting pulled up to the starting gate. Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays for Etihad. So see, there we go. We could definitely go down to Charlotte and get an Etihad flight. Yeah, so Jay, that's what I was talking about a moment ago. So this right here, what you're seeing in front of us, let me show you again. For the word that I got from a friend of ours that works here at the airport is they shut down gate C10, which is this one here, and C12 to officially make customs bigger. Now, I don't know if that means they're going to tear up these gates and put a building here so we can get more international stuff, more customs that way. I have no idea what that means. I haven't talked to him in a while. I need to send him a message to find out what the deal is with that. But those two gates being knocked out currently is so we can add customs, some more customs. By the way, also the two manager lots, if you guys are familiar with the with RDU. The manager's lots, just north here of the parking garage that you can see over there, both of those have been closed for the last couple of weeks. Just got an alert that a emergency is en route. Thank you, Eagle Beagle. What is that one? Republic Airways 5823. So that might be that one that just touched down a moment ago. Oops. Yes, Republic Airways 5823. They did touch down on the backside. They're coming in from Orlando, excuse me. Southwest is going to be our next arrival. Again, coming in from New Orleans. They are coming to this side. The American 777's getting ready to make their right-hand turn. So we'll see that one making that emergency landing coming down the hill here in a minute. Again, that one coming from Orlando. As we continue to watch Piedmont for a moment. Here comes Southwest from New Orleans. Gonna land over here in front of us. Gonna give us a little Southwest surprise here. First Southwest of the day. Should see a taxi down here, down the hill in a minute. As Southwest touches down. I can't see any of the action over on the other side, period. So I have no idea if any of the fire trucks are deployed out there or not. I can't see the firehouse. Fire station buried by the trees. Good to see Southwest over here on our side. So Southwest, followed by our 777 here. 777's a couple minutes out still. Right, Will? Not a lot of people, not a lot of folks know about the show here in Raleigh yet. Hopefully one of these days. I'm gonna stick with Southwest. We do have an American Eagle departure. I do want to stick with Southwest here at the moment because this may be our one and only Southwest. Dang, number one tracked on flight radar. Dang it. We've got a small one coming in between Southwest here and the American 777. So 12,000 people following that one. So maybe there is something significant going on, especially since Southwest is not moving to go up the hill. So maybe there is something significant going on. Again, we do have a general aviation coming in next, so they may have shut that runway down. It looks like American 777 going around. No, he's making some S's. Hold on. This is cool. The American 777 out here making some S-turns. Scrub off some speed. I thought he was going to go around. But he's out here making some S-turns to scrub off some distance. From the little one touching down here, the little private jet. That's a really cool shot, watching him make some S-turns right this close. All right, you guys enjoy the 777. We do have medical or fire crews following that Republic Airways from MCO. Apologies for missing the rest of the 777 touchdown, but we do have emergency following Republic Airways there. Thank you, Ashley. Good afternoon again, everybody. Hopefully you guys enjoyed checking out that American 777 doing some S-turns really close to us here, giving a little bit of room for that exec jet you saw just behind Southwest. So they did shut down that taxiway. Southwest waiting to be able to head back up the hill here in just a moment. William, it is rare that you get confronted by airport personnel. I've been confronted a couple of times. I've been asked to leave twice. Of course, all of that got straightened out, but it's not a normal occurrence up here. You're free to come up here and hang out on the parking garage. They don't particularly have too much to say. We do have Frontier coming in here from Syracuse. Carry the Fisher livery. We're going to stick with these three. So the Republic Airways that touched down for the emergency landing, already over to the terminal. I assume headed it to a gate. Fire crews in tow behind them. Southwest heads up the hill. Frontier touching down. See Frontier just behind our triple. Should have a decent shot of the triple turning into the gate here this afternoon. As we may skip out on that, let's see. Republic Airways coming around the corner here. That emergency landing coming around the corner here. Sorry, 777, you're not the main focus of the day here. Fire crews following this one to the gate. So if anybody has any information on this emergency landing, looks like they've got windows open, possibly smoke in the cockpit, who knows? I have absolutely no idea. Is that window open? That window does look, in fact, open. So again, this one, an emergency landing coming in from MCO. Again, fire crews in tow behind that emergency landing. 777 getting to their gate. I think this one here a little more important to follow. As fire crews are in tow. We'll definitely keep an eye on the E175 here for Delta. So that there might make the thumbnail. So window open on our emergency flight there, emergency landing. Again, fire truck still in tow. See what they decide to do here, what's going to happen. Again, apologies, not following the 777 into their gate. As you guys can see, there's a little bit more of a pressing issue happening here. Fire crews following in our emergency landing. Do have another arrival, American Airlines, American 2693 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. I was actually approached, Eagle, by CBS a couple of weeks ago about a go-around that we had here on the show. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, so I told them that I respectfully decline their offer to put my content on the news. So if anybody has any information on this one, let me know. Again, apologies about ATC not working. Again, I tried right at the beginning of the show to get our ATC back up and going, but unfortunately it still does not work. So there, the cop cars at the bottom of the corner, sitting up here, they're nowhere near the plane. So that big wall right there separates them. They're always parked there. There's also one parked right in front of us. So they're here to monitor traffic as well as people's movements. So they have nothing to do with it. You see ops is down there with it, as well as the emergency vehicles as well down there with that arrival. fire crews walking around that. Doesn't look like they're putting out any fires, of course, but I'm going to assume there was the smell of smoke on board this E-175. Yeah, so nothing up here where you see this Prius, where the traffic is flowing, has anything to do with it. They're opposite sides of the wall there. They can't even see what's going on the other side. Unless you go inside the terminal there and watch what's going on, you really can't see what they're up to. See the big fire truck backing up there, possibly headed back to the firehouse. And they're going to move it over to the other side. Now he's turning around. They do. So they hang out between the two runways. They've got their own fire station between the two runways here. Gotta charge our good old cell phone here. We're gonna have to change Wi-Fi networks here a little later on. Got the notification that we're low on the main Wi-Fi. I'm gonna stick with this one just in case something happens here. Looks like they're just repositioning the big fire truck. Looks like they're gonna go about it business as usual, but they're gonna make sure they keep the fire crews close by in case of injuries and possible fire. Maybe. I don't know what's going on. So we'll just have to wait and see. We do have Frontier Airlines techs, the Armadillo, getting ready for departure here. So if you guys are just joining us, this one headed to MCO, this one an emergency landing. Was number one tracked on flight radar, this one landing with fire crews following it all the way to the gate. So Frontier takes the Armadillo out of here. Find out where he's headed here in just a moment. Frontier 4937. Headed to Detroit, Michigan, that A321neo. Or A320neo, excuse me. No other movements at the moment. Yeah, I don't feel like there's too much going on with it. If like you said, the catering truck is there. They were out there offloading the bags. They've got everything situated. So I'm wondering why the fire crews are still hanging out with it. Looks like they're getting ready to disembark here. Guess they'll deem all to be safe here shortly, I guess. We saw fire crews walking around the E-175 a moment ago, making sure nothing's going to catch on fire while it sits here. They did walk up and plug it in. They also plugged the AC in. United Express getting out of here. Looks like they're towing that A319 that we saw them towing up the hill the other side. The south taxiway. Looks like they're towing it back down the middle taxiway here. Our next arrival is going to be Endeavor 4944 coming in from Austin, Texas. 2 hours, 25 minutes of flight time for the CRJ 900LR. That'll be in just a couple of minutes. Followed by Delta and American Airlines. Lights still on all the emergency vehicles. Obviously, they're going to have to do a little investigating, make sure that aircraft is completely safe again before they can get it back out and in the air. Again, if you guys are just joining us, this one did come in for an emergency landing. It's supposed to be headed to MCO, I believe. our crews have already walked around this aircraft here. They're sitting with it just to make sure things don't happen. But obviously they've got the catering truck up there. They've already unloaded all of the baggage off of this aircraft, and I assume all of the passengers are off as well. He came around with the windows open, but he is not the only plane we saw with the windows open. We saw an American Eagle E-175 land a little while ago and taxi with the front window open. So we were wondering if it was coming from MCO. It was scheduled to land here, but it did have an emergency on board. That's why I was like, I see it, but it didn't say, like, it had the red squawk number up on it. So again, Delta from Austin, Texas is going to be our next arrival. It's going to be a Endeavor 9444. Delta Connection CRJ, next arrival. So the CRJ in from Austin, and you can see one of the fire trucks rolling away from that. So I assume all is well now. The big one's still hanging out there behind the E-175. Getting ready to pull out as well, the big one. So after we get these arrivals in here, I'm going to have to change out our, well, I think I got some time here before we're going to have to change our Wi-Fi hotspot here. Got about 10% data left on our main box there, so that means we'll be using the cell phone hotspot for the next couple of episodes of the show. Alright, so our next arrival is going to be Spirit Airlines. Spirit coming in from Detroit. Spirit 2234. It's going to be an A320neo. 1 hour, 15 minutes of flight time for the Big Banana. Good to see a surprise Southwest Spirit over here. We did have that surprise Southwest over here while the emergency landing was taking place. Hey, Carolyn. Good evening. Good afternoon, I mean. So I didn't have Spirit on my bingo card. Seeing that one today. Next arrival is going to be Delta, probably from Atlanta. Hold on. Delta 3238, again coming from Atlanta. Another Atlanta-based flight today. Had a lot of those. These two followed by American 1897 coming in from Charlotte, and others. It's going to be a 737-800. So we'll check out Spirit as they head up the hill. We've got a couple minutes here before we have that arrival. Again, with us being on the 05s, we don't get to see Spirit too often. Hopefully we'll go back to the 23s eventually. Hopefully the winds will change the next couple of weeks. So a little 2-for-1 taxi action. Thank you, Bridget. Have a wonderful evening. As we have the American departure. Last look at Spirit. We'll pick up the 737 from Charlotte over here on the backside. They're about to touch down now. And I'll give you the flight information for the last departure. That was American at 2607 headed to Philadelphia, that A320. So all looks well with the E175 from MCO. No issues for that one. Next arrival is going to be Breeze Moxie 745 coming in from Albany, New York. A220-300 touching down over here. So another surprise Terminal 1 side arrival. Third one of the day. There's our A220 from Breeze. So the best days, if you're looking for like a casually kind of busy day, Sundays, Wednesdays are kind of busy. During the day, I really don't know, other than Sundays. I'm working during the days. So any time in the evening. So you can see the 777 departures around 6 p.m. If you come on any given day, both of them leave around 6 to 7 p.m. It's generally quite busy around the 6 o'clock hour in the evenings. And where a lot of these planes are coming off the runway when they're on the 05s is right in front of the observation deck. So a lot of them making that turnout in front of the observation deck down there, which is a unique opportunity. You get a nice close-up. You can wave at the pilots. A lot of the kiddos like to wave out at the pilots. They can be. Saturday's usually not too busy, but like I said, you got to be here like in the evening for Saturdays and Sundays usually. We've been doing more morning stuff because of the cooler weather. Our equipment doesn't take too well to the high temperatures in the afternoon, so we try to get here as early as we can on Sunday and do the show. Of course, we're doing the show from the parking garage, but anytime in the evening. I used to come out here after work and go down to the observation deck every couple of days. That was a couple of years ago. Now we don't do that too often now that we started doing the shows, but just depends. I think the last episode of the show that we did, we were down there with the Facebook plane spotting group, and that was on May 17th. May shoot to go down there on Thanksgiving morning, do our annual Thanksgiving special. From down there. So again, this is A220 coming in from Albany, Breeze Airways. Got another arrival here. Looks like the A220 is going to wait just a moment. Probably our A319 from Denver. No, coming in from Washington, Dulles. Transition back to our A220 here as they make their way up the hill to Terminal 1. United's going to hide behind the trees. Alright, let's check on some of our international stuff. We got Copa 466 now 20 minutes out. JetBlue 404 coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico, 20 minutes out. They just passed over the coast, entering the state. And Aeromexico, I'll find Aeromexico in just a minute. Focus on our United A319. So I think we're halfway to our like goal. If you guys haven't yet smashed the like button, please do so. Subscribe if you're new. Don't be afraid to say hello in the chat. A couple of free ways to help the channel grow. As United heads to the gate, we have this American Eagle ready to go. Again, Copa 20 minutes out. American Eagle or JetBlue from San Juan 20 minutes out. Aeromexico 57 minutes out. Air France still 1 hour 56 minutes away. So looking at about 2 hours for them. So behind Copa, we've got Frontier, Sunny the Lemon Shark coming from Tampa. We've got a couple coming in from the northwest, a couple of Deltas. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 2521 coming in from Minneapolis, arriving in about 7 minutes or so. So again, at some point we do have to make a Wi-Fi change here. So if the show goes down for a minute, don't worry, I'll get it back up. I want to use up all of our data off of one device before we crack open the other device. Even though we only have about a week left for the month of August. Are they going to let this American Eagle go? They do have wing walkers with it, so there's a possibility they'll let it go. There you go. Pip giving me the information. 180 likes. I think I set our like goal for 300 today. I may have done it for 400. I can't remember. Either way, 300 will be perfect. We always want to get to that 400 like mark. Thank you, sir. I couldn't remember where I set it at. So, like goal of 400. 20 away from halfway. Make sure you guys, again, smash the like button. Got a CRJ 900LR on the move. As we hear this American Eagle E175 starting engines. Pick up the CRJ over here. Brown with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Christopher Brown for the continued support. Again, thank you guys for all of the contributions today, the gifted memberships, as well as the donations today. So again, it looks like Delta 2521 going to be our next arrival. That's going to be followed by another Delta. That CRJ is Endeavor 5404. That Delta connection headed to LaGuardia. So you got the WRAL reporting on that E175 earlier. All looks fine with that E175 now. Mechanical issue. Nice. So they'll probably tow that one up the hill. It actually looks like they're fueling it and everything. If we swing around here and take a look at that plane that came in as the emergency landing, they are in fact fueling that aircraft. Whether or not that plane flies out today or not, I have no idea. We'll find out in a few hours. Got another one there lurking just beyond the wall. Another E175. Ready to go. Copa is going to be third in line here. So I wonder if they'll move Copa again today like they did last Sunday, or if they'll move the American 777 like they normally do. Again, our next arrival is going to be Delta 2521 coming in from Minneapolis. It's going to be an A320-200. That one getting close. that one's going to be followed by United 2653 coming in from Chicago. It's going to be a 737-700. Something we haven't seen in a couple of weeks, the 700. That one, still a couple of minutes here while we wait for Delta to come out from behind the tree here. Got another CRJ departure. We're going to stick with Delta until United gets here. Hey, look who it is. Birdbeak. 2 weeks in a row. We've had at least one of the Birdbeaks. Last week it was the A319. This week, 737-700 Birdbeak. I think it looks better on the 737s rather than the Airbus. I think it's because of the pointier nose of the Boeing. Makes that nose change a lot different. These Uniteds here with the different nose cones are definitely some of my favorite. So we'll see that one again in just a minute. We've got Delta E-175 headed out to the runway. We do have Copa Airlines next for arrival. Copa coming in from Panama City. We've got an E-175 on the move for American Eagle. Going to stick with the United though. We've seen a lot of American Eagle. We've also seen a lot of the CRJs. Plus, like I said, this is one of my favorites. When you get one of these with the mixed up nose. There goes that American Eagle. This one's not on my radar. Is this our PSA flight? It is not on my radar. So if you guys have any information on this American CRJ, so now Copa number 1 for arrival. So it looks like business as usual for this one. Again, this one. With the emergency landing of the mechanical problems. We saw the fire trucks and such hanging out with this one. Gonna have that bird beat come around the corner pretty quickly here. Coming right around the corner, straight into the gate. They were ready to go for that one. All right, Copa Airlines up next. There is Copa 466. 3 hours, 54 minutes of flight time for the 737-800. This one is United's Spanish cousin. Hope we're going to run a little long there. Next arrival is going to be Frontier 3372 coming in from Tampa. Sunny the Lemon Shark livery going to be next. So that one will be here in just a minute. Copa's going to dodge the tree here for a moment. Give us a nice side look at Copa. We've got that Delta E175 getting a move on here. Gonna stick with Copa. Until we get our next arrival. We also have JetBlue 404 coming in just a few minutes, wherever it's at. My phone has stopped working at the moment. Oops. Yeah, the touch is gone on my phone. Alright, so Frontier up next. I'll work out the cell phone in just a second. So this one coming in from Tampa. Swing back to Copa here. Copa should come right around here into the alleyway. See if we can get our Flight Radar 24 app back to working here. We're glitching a little bit. We do have JetBlue 404 in the brand new JetBlue livery. That A320 coming from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Landing in perfect parallel with Southwest. Southwest 2523 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. So those two drag racing into RDU. So this one is going to be that A320-200 in that brand new JetBlue livery. We await Copa to come around the corner here. We may run out of time as JetBlue is pretty close. As soon as we get that JetBlue touchdown, we'll swing right back to Copa Airlines. One of my favorites with the orange wingtips. I really think JetBlue really hit this livery out of the park. I really enjoy their new livery. They definitely put the blue in JetBlue. Finally. CRJ on the move. Go for that Delta connection to another one, another CRJ. This one, Endeavor 5108, coming in from LaGuardia. 1 hour, 10 minutes of flight time for this one. The CRJ that we watched depart, that was Endeavor 5042 headed to JFK. Got about an hour, 7 minutes left in their flight, so they left about 2 minutes ago here. Next arrival looks like it's going to be Republic Airways 4567 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. Hey, Scott, what's up? Good afternoon. Here comes our JetBlue from San Juan, Puerto Rico, that beautiful livery. Clouds are wreaking all kinds of havoc with us today. So JetBlue 404 going into their new home in about 3 weeks. The last 3 weeks they've been going to this gate right here. We've seen that they've closed gate C10 and 8 over here for the new customs expansion, as far as I know. So we've got Republic Airways and we've got another Frontier flight. Here comes that CRJ around the corner. That one's going to go all the way to D8. It's going to go as close in as it possibly can. So you hear the American Eagle over here just beyond Copa. Getting ready for their departure. So a good look right there while we wait on our next Republic Airways arrival. Again, that's going to be followed by Frontier Airlines as well. So we got a couple more arrivals. Let's give you guys an update. We've got two of our major quote-unquote international flights in, Copa being the first one. Aeromexico still has 26 minutes. Looks like they're out over Kentucky. They do not look like they're 30 minutes away. They look a lot further away than that. So we'll see. It says about 28 minutes. Let's check on Air France. Air France passing Boston right now. Looks like they're headed to New York. If you guys are following them on Flight Radar. Good. JetBlue 2283 getting ready to leave Boston. E190AR. So that's an update on our last two international flights of the day. Air Canada looks like they're getting ready to leave. They've left Toronto. They've got an hour and 19 minutes left in their journey. So Republic Airways 4567 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, going to be our next arrival here. And then again, of course, Frontier. They're going to be followed by Frontier 3352 coming in from Chicago. Wiley the Bison livery. So those two up next. I was trying to see if I could see Wiley, but unfortunately, with the amount of cloud cover we have right now, looks like it's hidden behind some clouds. Republic's still about 30 seconds out. So again, just a heads up that we do have to change the Wi-Fi hotspot here eventually. Not sure how well that's going to work out. Just looking at the data on the cell phone there. Or the network we're working with, our 5G. Again, make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. It's a free way to help the channel, as well as subscribing if you're new. And again, if you're new, make sure, feel free to say hello. I always enjoy seeing the new faces in here. Quite a few already today, so thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. Come back, watch anytime you like. We'll have this American Eagle back here in the alleyway in just a minute. So we'll get a good close-up again of American Eagle. Frontier still making their left-hand turns to get on to final. Hopefully they're not going to go over to the backside. We've seen several flights head over to the backside, Terminal 1. Today, hopefully we don't have that issue with the next Frontier. Speaking of American Eagle, we got one departing here. Michael C. Good afternoon, coming at us from Tulsa. Welcome to North Carolina. That American Eagle departures Republic 4545 headed back to LaGuardia. About an hour and 5 minutes left in their journey as they take off here from RDU. And again, fingers crossed, Frontier's not going to go to the other side. Hopefully they're going to come over here. They'll make their way over here to their normal side, Terminal 2. And again, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do with Copa Airlines and American, that 777, once Air France gets a little bit closer here. I don't know. Last week we saw them move Copa. However, we did have that bit of an issue with American last week, running late. So they may not need to move Copa. They may end up moving the American 777 like they do normally. American Eagle to the gate, Frontier up next. Frontier 3352 coming from Chicago, A320neo. Wiley the Bison on board our A320neo. No, not a live bison. This is Wiley the Bison livery. Again, coming at us from Chicago. Must be enough of a headwind right now that everybody's able to slow down nice and early here. You saw it with that last American Eagle arrival. Good look at Wiley there. You've seen Wiley here at the airport before. That would be interesting. I mean, I know they transport a lot of things via air. I've seen them transport horses and stuff. All right, so I'm getting a good indication here that they're going to move the 777. Here being one of those indications that they'll move it as they move this over. Actually, that's Deltas, so I don't know where they're moving that, why they're moving that one. It's not even American's cargo handler, so that one will be used for Air France. Didn't do it. Fire truck rolling in. Saw somebody on it when I got here this morning. I had to go inside for a few minutes. They had somebody in ambulance out here, putting somebody in there as Wiley the Bison rolls onto his gate. We'll hang out with Copa Airlines here again. I'm anxious to find out who's going to move for the American or Air France today. Let's see. Looks like our next arrival is going to be PSA Airlines. That's going to be PSA 5589. It's going to be a CRJ 702 today instead of the CRJ 900. So they're coming in from Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan, arriving in about 7 minutes. Aeromexico is still way out there. It still says 23 minutes, and I feel like we checked that 10 minutes ago, so their flight radar time is off. A lot of planes getting ready to head our way from the northeast. Air France, one of which getting ready to fly over the Hamptons. PSA just off to the west of the airport here. They'll make their way around in just a minute. Over on the other side. So Air France still has 1 hour 22 minutes left in their journey from Paris. Wiley the Bison making his way around here. I didn't think he was going to come around this way, but definitely is. I definitely missed the A350 for Air France. Again, PSA going to be our next arrival in just a minute. That's CRJ 702. It's really odd to see the United 737 back there. It is a 737-700, but it is something that we do not see very often. United hanging out in the alleyway that far. Yeah, I could see it would be really cool if American would do a 787. Lord knows we have the connections for the 787. I know Charlotte there for a long time didn't have a connection for the 787. I think they're going to put that in for Etihad next May. So that'll be interesting. I think it's weird that we could accept the 787 Dreamliners before a big airport like Charlotte. But it's definitely an interesting thing. That 737, I believe, is headed back to Charlotte, speaking of. We also got Frontier getting ready to get a move on here. Frontier going to go out before PSA. PSA still making their final turns to final here. So Frontier getting ready to move. Frontier going to get after it, that A321. PSA coming around right now. We'll find out where Frontier's headed in just a minute. Give that a minute to populate there on flight radar. Yeah, I think Southwest will continue to stay in all 737 fleet. I do think that they want to expand though. So they worked out some deal with Iceland Air, if I remember correctly, where if you had Southwest mileage points, you could fly Iceland to Europe and stuff. So fly out to Reykjavik and then on from Reykjavik to wherever you're headed via Iceland. I think Iceland only operates Boeings as well. I know they have the 757 with the Aurora Borealis livery, but I don't think they operate anything other than 737s other than the one or two 757s. All right, so Frontier Airlines, Frontier 1039 headed to MCO. Carry the Fisher livery out of here. That A321 Neo. As we check out our CRJ 702. be interesting to see if they ever decide to go full-on international or not. We all saw what Alaska is doing with their new livery on their Dreamliners. Little private rocket launch here. Thank you, Eddie. 217 likes. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Trying to at least get to 300. I know I have 400 written down, but trying to get to 300 at least. We should have that CRJ 702 around here in just a minute. Thank you, Johnny. Good afternoon. We have that 737 getting ready to depart here. I think that one is our Charlotte departure. Coming at us at 737-800. I believe that's the only American 737 we have currently. Maybe we're not going to have that CRJ back here. Maybe they went to the front side of Terminal 2. Saw them make that left-hand turn like they were going to be over here, but I guess not. So I do believe this one headed to Charlotte. No, they're actually headed to Dallas-Fort Worth. The American Airlines 2693 off to Dallas. Really got the unique lineup back here. So I'll be anxious to see if the E-175 that made that emergency landing earlier makes its way out anytime soon today. I'm sure they'll have to have people come out, check it over, look it over, make sure it's all good to fly again today. Again, that one coming in from MCO earlier, if you guys missed it. Coming in from Orlando. Got the fire trucks following it around the airport. As we got another Delta A319 ready to go. So Jay, they may have all of the cargo from Alaska on board the regular Alaskan flights. A lot of flights carry a lot of cargo that we don't really pay much attention to. You see a lot of that with like our international flights from Paris and London. They'll load on cargo on those. They ship them over here. Need that Antonov to come back. Again, the Antonov, we talked about the Antonov last weekend, or was it last weekend or Wednesday? They go out to Kingston Airport quite often lately. Seems like they're in and out of Kingston quite a bit. They were out in Charlotte last year. So wheels up for the A319. I'm going to say that one's headed back north to Minneapolis, possibly Detroit, and it is Delta 2164 to Detroit. So Aeromexico should be close now, right? It said 28 minutes ago, like, or 28 minutes left, 35 minutes ago, I feel like. I feel like that was forever ago. So we'll see where they decide they're going here. We've got American Airlines pushing back. American 1897 headed to Charlotte. There is that other 737. Looks like we got Spirit Airlines pushing back. We won't see Spirit Airlines on this side. We did see it land over here, but I don't think we'll see it depart over here. Aeromexico still 10 minutes out. 3 hours, 38 minutes for the E190LR. Again, still 10 minutes away. Got Republic from JFK. Air France moving really, really slow, I feel like. Just now south of the Hamptons. Like, they're not moving very, very fast at all. JetBlue 285s on the ground in JFK at the moment. Getting ready to head this way, an A220-300. So they should be getting ready for departure here soon. Got Southwest 15 coming in from Houston. They're going to touch down on the other side. I thought there for a moment they might touch down back here, but it doesn't look like, or over here, but it doesn't look like they're going to. Sun in the clouds wreaking havoc on us with the lighting for the camera today. Got that other CRJ that we never saw on radar out there, ready to go for American. So we're going to hang out over here for a minute while we wait on Aeromexico. We also have that 737 to Charlotte ready to go. You guys heard the ambulance rolling up here down below. For the second time I've seen them today. EMS workers down below. So Aeromexico just west of us. They're hiding in and out of the clouds over there. I still can't see them. So a couple more minutes left in Aeromexico Connect's journey. hour, 6 minutes into today's show. I want to thank you guys for watching the show. We've still got 3 bars on the battery here. Still got a couple hours left in the show. I don't know how late we're going to stay tonight. We'll find out here a little later on. There's that American 737 800 getting ready to head back to Charlotte. Took them a hot minute to get going there. Again, if you guys are just joining us, make sure you smash the like button. Subscribe if you're new. It's all free. Come back, watch anytime you like. We've gained, looks like 25 new friends today. So thank you guys for hanging out. So that 737 going to go ahead and go for it. They're not waiting on anything. Ooh. Wait. How did I miss this one? Can't miss that one. That's one of my favorite planes that flies in and out of here every now and then. I absolutely love the color of this little guy. One of our favorite looking planes. At least mine. I like their colors. Almost looks like an RC plane on camera. So, American to Charlotte, our next departure here, 737-800. So that's American 1897 off to Charlotte. Aeromexico, our next arrival. Looks like they are coming our way. We'll go ahead and swing the camera over there. Get ready for that arrival. Got another 10 or 15 seconds here. See it already. There we go. Aeromexico Connect 4:30. Coming in from Mexico City. 3 hours, 47 minutes of flight time. We'd get their updated livery here a couple more times. I really enjoy the updated livery for Aeromexico Connect. seen it a couple of times here. Next arrival is Republic Airways 4749 coming in from LaGuardia, New York. 1 hour, 15 minutes of flight time for the E175. This one about 3 hours, 40 minutes of flight time for Aeromexico from Mexico City. E190. What do you guys think? Do you guys think you could be on an E190 for 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours? I don't know if I could either. I know we were talking about it earlier, whether or not how long you'd be willing to spend on a wide body or a narrow body. I'm gonna stick with Aeromexico. We've seen a lot of American Eagle today. I'm gonna stick with our international. We will pick up that American Eagle over here on this side of Terminal 2 as they bring it on in. So this American Eagle is going to be followed by Republic Airways 4658 coming in from JFK. So one from LaGuardia, one from JFK. So here we go. We've got one more. It's the hour of the E175s currently. Getting ready to run into that portion of the day where we get attacked by the sunlight. Crazy how that cloud is just covering that one section of the runway right there. The runway, the taxiway. It's interesting to see that. Alright, our next arrival, hopefully we can catch it. The other one from JFK. Catch a couple of seconds of it here. So we're about to get busy with the E175s. No open windows for this one. I saw that one come back here earlier. They had the window open. eyes on 231 likes. Again, if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please do so. It's a free way to help the channel if you haven't yet smashed it. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Frontier 1517. Another 12 minutes or so. Airport's filling up. Not a whole lot of people getting out of here. I'll give you guys one more update on Air France. We do have a couple other flights coming in here. We've got an A2300 coming in from Boston, Delta 2283. That one arriving in just 21 minutes. Air France finally looks like they've picked up some speed here. They have. They went from 339 knots to 408. So Air France picking up some speed. Travel at 37,675 feet. 50 minutes left in their day. So that means we should see, let's see, we should see the American 777 push back around 3:15 to make way for Air France. Spirit just took off, Spirit 2845. They're headed to New Orleans. You can see them going right there. Spirit headed to New Orleans. So Frontier in about 9 minutes going to be our next arrival. They are just east of the airport on the downwind. Frontier 1517 from Philadelphia. Same thing, Pip. It's been like this the last couple of weeks on Sunday. I don't know. Everybody's just relaxing, enjoying their Sunday afternoon plane spawning. Not a whole lot happened in the last couple of weeks in the chat. I made a comment, I think, last week to Miss Carolina about it. They haven't even made an effort to move anything so this American Eagle can even get into the gate. Still a lot of stuff sitting over there in the gate. Again, it shouldn't be too much longer before we see the pushback of the American 777 here, headed over to the D gates. Hey, there's Zoe. Right, we need some elevator music. I think that's how a lot of people are watching. I know Miss Carolina's watching on TV. She chimes in, which when she hears me say something. So a couple more minutes here again for Frontier 1517. You know, this battery that I have, you guys hear me talk about the battery every couple of weeks. This battery is really annoying because here we are 4 and a half hours into the show and it still has 3 bars left. I think this battery's lost its mind. That's usually how I do it. I watch it on TV, and then I keep the chat up on my computer, or up on my cell phone, depending on what I'm watching and whether or not how interactive I am. But most of the time, if I am watching a show and I'm at home, it's up on the TV more than it is on my phone. So again, they've still yet to make any movement over here at their gate. So these poor passengers are stuck on this American Eagle, waiting for them to move the equipment in their gate. Frontier finally turning on final here, so we'll have them here in just a minute. Got a Breeze Airways out there as well, but of course Breeze Airways, we won't see that one over here, unfortunately. There's a possibility we might, but chances are we won't. Alright, so any time now for that 777 to push and move. There's a whole group of them over here, though. How many is over here? Like 3, 4 of them? Still nobody making an effort to move the stuff at that other gate. Copa, obviously, like we said earlier, Copa's not going to go anywhere, so it should be that American 777 to move here anytime. So Frontier from Philadelphia, our next arrival. We got something happening over there, that's for sure. Touching down really late. You guys saw the smoke right there. That is definitely not normal. They touched down way later than they should have. No issue, obviously, but they definitely touched down way later than we've seen anybody else do today. Normally it's all on the other side of the terminal over there, never anything this far down. Speaking of, there we go. Told you, around 3:15. There she goes, our 777. Hopefully you guys will be able to hear it over the E175 sitting idle down here. Again, they'll fire this one up and send her on over to the D gates. So it does look like our emergency landing from earlier is going to get a move on here. They've got all the lights on. The jetway is pulled back, so they may be sending that E175 with that mechanical failure earlier today out. Back out into service. Could be going out to Atlanta to be serviced. Who knows where it's headed at the moment. We'll find out as things happen here. We do have that United 737-700 pushing back out of the alleyway there. As you guys can hopefully hear those trends starting up over on the 777. RJ sitting there at the top of the screen. It's been sitting there for quite some time. Let's see, flight control testing done on the 737-700 in front of us. That one getting ready to get out of here. That is one of our bird beak liveries. Looks like Wiley the Bison's ready to go as well. So it looks like we're going to have a mad dash. Everybody going to get out of here. Again, the American 777 you guys saw moving, they are headed to the D gates over here so they can load later this evening. You have a United arrival. United 2269 coming in from Denver is going to be a 737-800. 2 hours, 46 minutes so far flight time. They'll be here in about 2 minutes. Got quite the stack up out here for departures. Let's see, Frontier rolling out to the runway, followed by a Delta. A couple of Uniteds ready to go, another Frontier ready to go, ready to push. They got to wait on United to get that one out of here. Frontier sitting over here waiting. And of course, we'll focus on our 777 as it comes around. I don't know if if United's going to wait or if they'll go ahead and make their move. Guess it depends on if they have anybody over here ready to accept the American 777. They should have named that shark Lulu, because that's a lemon shark. Get it? Lululemon. Sorry. I have jokes. All right, Frontier 2980. That is Sunny the lemon shark. Headed to, I have no idea. It's not up yet, but that is an A220 or an A320. Excuse me, Neo. Got Delta waiting on the end of at the end of the runway there for their departure. They're headed to Buffalo, New York. Again, Frontier 2980 headed to Buffalo, New York. The American 777 is going to slide in front here. You can see it slinking its way across. Getting ready to make its way to the D gate. United going around. Don't know that I got the tripod for United. United going around due to Delta sitting on the runway. Turn of events there. Why is it everything is happening right now when we're trying to focus on the 777 here this afternoon? 777 not getting any of our love here this afternoon as United does this go around. Delta clearly sitting on the runway. You guys saw it. I happened to forget about United coming in, but there we go. United with that go around. So we'll pick up the Delta departure right here, A320. Pick it up for just a minute. believe that one headed to Minneapolis. Again, that was our culprit sitting on the runway, and we've got another United touching down now. Let's see, hold on. United 1821 coming in from Houston, touching down. So United's playing a little leapfrog here as one does that go around. Don't think Delta was quite ready to go. United was already here. So the American 777 finally making their last couple of seconds there to the gate. Again, every time we try to check out the American 777 today, something happens. We had that earlier emergency landing taking us away from the American 777. Now the United go around, and now this one already at the gate. So the 737-700 will make its way out. Wiley the Bison there, you can see his tail on the right of your screen. They'll push Frontier back. They've been ready to go for quite some time. We've also got the emergency landing E-175, the one that came in from MCO earlier. They're ready to push back as well. So a lot of congestion over here on this side in the alleyway, all due to the 777, I believe. So the Birdbeak 737-700 slides around the corner. As Wiley should be our next movement there. If not Wiley, that E-175 will be next. They've got the wing walker standing out there waiting. See if he gets a move on here in a minute. Next arrival is going to be Delta 2883 and A220-300 coming in from Boston, Massachusetts. So the A220, our next arrival. Drew here in that A220 over his house, over Apex. Ooh, I got a nice breeze in our face right there. That could mean a runway change. At least from this standpoint, it looks like they're landing with a tailwind. Don't have any flags or anything for reference to know exactly which way the wind is blowing. The wind definitely felt like it was blowing in from the south at the moment. Making it semi-bearable. It is starting to get hot out here. There's our A220-300 from Boston. And the emergency landing E-175 from earlier this afternoon, pushing back. So it's going to go next. Our go-around United a minute ago. We'll be back in just a minute. They've already fallen back in line. They're number 2. That Delta that was sitting on the runway, Delta 2521, that was in fact headed to Minneapolis. Our next arrival is going to be Endeavor 5028, coming in from JFK. Well, this right here might be a good indication of what's about to happen. As you guys can see, that United 737-700 headed out to the 23s. So here we go. Looks like we're going to change directions. Looks like my suspicion from earlier this morning was correct. So a good thing we delayed the show an hour this morning just so we could get a good enough spot. Had we done the show where I started at or was at this morning, we would be in trouble. So a couple more arrivals over here. Looks like that United and this Delta are going to be the last two possible arrivals over here. You've got a Breeze Airways that was coming up on the airport from the east. They made a hard right turn. So definitely a runway change happening now. So is this one actually going to leave, or is it going to... I think it might actually be headed up the hill. We'll find out in a minute what this E175 does. Again, this one came in earlier this afternoon under emergency landing. Had fire trucks following it around the airport. Alright, so the the CRJ touching down. That's what you guys are hearing there. Wiley the Bison going to push back as well, so lots of things happening at the moment. Air France just entering North Carolina, 19 minutes away. So our go-around United is going to be our next arrival. Again, that's United at 2269 coming in from Denver, Colorado. Going around due to Delta, sitting on the runway. Speaking of Delta, we've got a Delta 737 headed out to 23. So we have had a runway flip. This one here, the one going around earlier, a few minutes ago. Hours, 58 minutes of flight time for that one. United going to go long there. So they are going to send that E175 back out. Don't know if it'll if it's a ferry to somewhere to be looked at, or if they're actually carrying passengers. All right, we got Breeze Airways getting ready to come in here. Everybody off the runway. I don't know if Breeze will come in on this side or they're going to come in on the other side. Find out here in just a minute. So, like I said, we are in the middle of a runway change. Everybody flipping around here. And JetBlue 404 headed back to San Juan, Puerto Rico, pushing back as well. So lots of pushbacks here. Lots of folks getting out of the alleyway. How about that? A little 5 for 1 shot there. like we had a possible go around over on the other side. Looks like Breeze, Moxie 541. Doing a possible go around over on the other side there. Looked like they came in a little too hot. It says they're at 4,000 feet. 237 knots. So like they tried to do it and then they thought better of it and decided not to. So a couple of things happening here this afternoon. Emergency landings, go arounds. Got a little bit of everything here this Sunday afternoon. JetBlue 404 headed back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. This one pushing back in the beautiful actual JetBlue livery. About 15 minutes away is Air France, so we'll see that one's arrival here shortly. We've got, I believe, an American Eagle ready to go out at the end of the runway. So we did switch to the 2-3s. So Breeze, in fact, did go around. It's not a glitch on Flight Radar's part. All right, first 2-3 departure here. Looks like an American Eagle. Gonna get a move on. Barber. Good afternoon, good evening. So the American Eagle, our first departure, our first arrival is going to be a Delta CRJ Delta connection. This one, oh no, this is Air Canada, excuse me. Air Canada coming from Toronto. Bit of a touchy touchdown there. Floating that CRJ right on in. Now our 737-700, our bird beak for United, getting ready to roll. We've got the United A319 that's been sitting at the end of the runway for a long time, turned around, ready to go. Usually around 120, anywhere from 120 to 150 knots, I do believe. Usually V1 takeoff speeds around 180. 180 mile an hour, but I can't remember what it is in knots. But our 737-700 bird beak rolling out of here. So here's a moment of truth. Where is this E-175 going? Again, this one came in, if you guys haven't been watching all day, this one came in on the emergency landing earlier from MCO. United 2395, they're headed to Newark at 737-700. Breeze is coming around to try it one more time. It looks like our next arrival is going to be Air France 692K. The 777-200 ER from Paris is going to be our next arrival. So you see, we still have Copa Airlines here as well. They might also be taking that one out and checking it as well before they do decide to get a move on here. There's Air Canada coming around the corner. Air Canada from Toronto. See, there's always somebody in the chat that's got our back with the knowledge. Thank you, CE. So this 737 more than likely headed back to Atlanta. I've seen more Delta Atlanta flights today than anything else, I think. That is Delta 3238 headed to Atlanta. Again, number one on final is going to be Air France. She is about 4 minutes out. JetBlue 404 taking their sweet time to get out of here. They have yet to pull away. We're still working on it. Again, hopefully this will continue to be okay for another couple of minutes here. Again, I do have to make a Wi-Fi change eventually. As of right now, we don't. As a matter of Wi-Fi charging. Hopefully we get Air France in here before we have to do any of that sort of stuff. This CRJ sitting in the penalty box for quite some time earlier. Okay to stay as long as this big dark cloud will stay right over my head. It's kind of cooled things down a little bit here. Looks like we're going to have another Delta. This one, I believe, is this our E175? So this one was our mechanical issue earlier, I think. So again, that one came from, this one here come from MCO. Had the fire trucks following it in due to a mechanical issue. Good to see it's able to get it out of here. The triple. I feel like we've seen this one a lot. This one here with the different nose. I think this is 2 weeks in a row we've seen one with a different nose. Looks like our internet did do it right as Air France got here. Of course it did. Alright, hold on. Let's switch Wi-Fi networks here real fast. Sorry about that. Our Wi-Fi cutting out right there at the point of Air France's arrival. So that device is officially done, dead and done for the month. So we can go ahead and shut it down. It's done for the next month or so, or for the rest of the month, I should say, the next couple of weeks. Hopefully the cell phone will be reliable for us today. We'll see how that goes. Air France turning around very, very slowly here. There's our 777. Wiley the Bison getting out of here. We'll pick up Air France again in a minute. Wiley the Bison gonna rotate early. Daniel. Oh, I think You were flying out or flying in? As we saw a private jet sitting behind Southwest there as that emergency came in. So here we go, Air France into the gate. Those big GE90s. So Air France to the gate. Again, I apologize. Wi-Fi network running out on us here for the remainder of the month there on that one device. So switching over to the cell phone, 100% Wi-Fi network. JetBlue 404 headed back to San Juan, Puerto Rico in that new livery, that A320, again headed back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. It's going to be our next departure here. Looks like we got an American A321, probably from Charlotte. It is American Airlines 2704 from Charlotte, North Carolina. Another 28-minute flight. You know, I felt like we were talking about Charlotte flights a lot, but it seems, like I said earlier in the day, we're talking more about Delta to Atlanta than we are American to Charlotte lately. Sadly, no 757 from Atlanta today. I gotta resituate. I gotta get back to being here on the 2-3s. It's been a while since we've been on the 2-3s, as many of you guys know. It's been a couple of weeks, in fact. Several weeks, in fact, since we've been on the 2-3s. So again, JetBlue, that was 404 on the way in. It is JetBlue 1903 now, headed to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Copa Airlines still hanging out. Their departure shouldn't be too long from now, I wouldn't think. It's got a Delta CRJ out at the end of the runway, ready to roll. Got an American Eagle getting ready to push back here. You hear the bells for the American Eagle. That Delta headed to Washington, D.C. Endeavor 5310 headed to DCA. This E175 ready for pushback. Looks like our next arrival is going to be another Delta connection. Flight radar will load for us here. Endeavor 5400 coming in from Cincinnati, Ohio. Arriving in 4 minutes. Another CRJ 900LR. Man, if we can keep this nice thick cloud coverage for the rest of the afternoon, I think we'll be good to go for quite a while. If not, we need to look and see where Alaska Airlines is. I think Alaska's out there. Alaska 572, 31 minutes left in their day, coming from Seattle, Washington. 737-900 today. Looks like they're just over Kentucky. Got a lot of traffic coming in from the northeast here in the next, let's see, when is that first one going to hit us? About 15 minutes. So we've got about, we're going to have quite a bit come in here in the next little bit. So another short waiting period here. Thank you, Eddie. 254 likes. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you guys haven't yet today. Shooting for 300 today. I know I put 400, but I just don't think we're going to get there today. Not enough happening here at the airport to reach 400. So if we could get to 300, I'm okay with that. And if we can't, this will be one of the slowest Sundays we've had in months since the beginning of July. So hopefully we can reach 300 today, at least. We haven't had a show below 300 since the 4th of July weekend. I don't think. Miss Carolina gifting another membership. That goes out to Jason B. Now I take that back. Last Wednesday we only reached 245, but I think I only set that one for 200. 226 for another Wednesday, 292 for a Sunday. So we've had it's not been the slowest show since the 4th of July. We've had an up and down month. Looks like they're doing the walk around here on Copa. I thought this American Eagle was going to get ready to get a move on, but they are. Looks like they are doing the walk around here for Copa. Copa should be out of here around 4:30. 4:15 at 4:30. So again, like I said, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. If you're new, please subscribe. Both are free ways to help the channel. Come back, watch anytime you like. Again, Wednesdays and Sundays currently. I think another Delta 737 headed back to Atlanta. We need to start keeping count of how many times I say Delta and Atlanta next week. Because I swear I feel like this is, I don't even know how many. Probably like the 8th or 10th one today, if not more. So that's 737-900. I do believe headed back to Atlanta. So at last count, we gained 25 new friends today. I'll give you guys one last check of that. Won't be too long. I think we'll be winding the show down here. So 27 new subscribers today. Thank you guys for subscribing. I think sometime after Alaska Airlines will wind this show down. Our battery lasts in 5.5 hours. It's getting ready to have to be changed here in a few minutes. Use the other one to get us through the last hour or so left in the day. Miss Carolina will probably yell at me to stay longer. Copa getting ready to push here. American Eagle pushing. So a couple of things getting ready to happen here. Delta 3245 headed to Atlanta, Georgia. Got our next arrival here. It's going to be United coming in from Newark, New Jersey. United 2485. Yeah, the wind finally did decide to cooperate with us here. Thank goodness. Been a while since we've seen the 2-3s. So United going to go down toward the far end there. Got that E175 over there pushed back. We're waiting on Copa Airlines to push, but they've got to wait on that E175 to get out of the way. Man, I needed that cloud. I need one more big cloud. There are some off to the west. Hopefully they'll come over here and hit us before too long. I have to try to start covering up some equipment to block it from the heat. Our computer at the moment. Won't be too long for the cameras in the sunlight. Yeah, it's hot. It's only going to get worse now that I'm about half in the sun. The sun is up to my knees. So it's going to get really hot in here in a minute. Hopefully we only have a few more weeks of this extremely hot temperature. I wouldn't call today extremely hot, but it was very, very humid here today. I've been in the shade all day and I feel like I've been sweating profusely, in fact. There goes Copa finally pushing. And again, thank you guys for the likes today. Still trying to reach our 300 like goal. I know I have it set for 400. Again, there's just not enough happening around the airport today. So we'll see. Hopefully you guys hear me just fine. I did have the audio muted there for a minute for myself. Let you guys enjoy some of the planes here while I sit here and check over flight radar. There a minute ago, so all the audio and everything should be fine. All my numbers look good. All of my sound levels look good as well. No, Tony, they left about 10 minutes ago. They were one of our first ones as the runway changed. Got a 737 touching down for American Airlines. It left, like I said, about 10 minutes or so ago. Had to follow the fire trucks following it in earlier, so they were able to get that one back out of there pretty safe. American 2334 coming in from Philadelphia. That 737. Looks like we got a couple of JetBlues up next. JetBlue 2283 and E190 AR coming in from Boston, Massachusetts. It's going to be followed by an A220, I think, from JFK. So we have the American Eagle departure. Change after weeks of being on the 05s. So the C-190 coming in from Boston. There we go, battery change. We knew it was coming. How long did we last? 5 hours, 30 minutes. So not too bad. We could run a 10-hour show, 11-hour show, if we wanted to. Maybe when the weather cools down, we'll start running 10-hour shows again. We haven't run a 10-hour show in quite some time, have we? Just can't seem to beat this heat, though. Because it's this time of the day right here where the equipment starts to melt down and we have all kinds of issues and the computer runs fast, the camera shuts off, all that kind of thing. So if you guys ever wonder why we're here early and leave as early as we do lately, as soon as the sun reaches in on the camera, I either have to make changes to downgrade the quality or the camera just doesn't work at all given the heat. So Next arrival is going to be that JetBlue 285. It's going to be an A220 from JFK. They are our next arrival here. Got some pretty thick and heavy clouds off to the west here. I'm hoping that we'll get one of those to shade us in to buy us some more time here this afternoon. Taking their sweet time to get out of here. Looks like they're finally ready to move. Possibly here in a second. I haven't yet. Send me the dates again so I can look at those again. It depends on those dates for Oceana. Alaska 572 coming in from Seattle, Washington, 737 at 990. Up Sunday, just if that's next week, I won't be able to go. Again, just send me the dates again, and I'll see what I can do. If that's next week, I won't be able to go next week. I know it's a 3-day weekend next weekend, but as stated earlier, the 1st of September is a sensitive time of the year. All right, our American Eagle CRJ rolling out of here. I can make a show out of it, Tony. I'll have to do some research, see what we can and can't bring, where it is, and what we're doing with it. We'll see. Here comes Alaska 572 from Seattle. Maybe we can turn that into a show, though. Very smooth touchdown for Alaska Airlines. I'm sure those folks on board there didn't even feel this thing touch down. Very, very smooth touchdown for Alaska. All right, Copa Airlines finally getting a roll on. We're going to take one more look at flight radar here, see what we got coming, see what we want to do here again. We are getting the camera's almost in the sun, so we're getting close to meltdown hour here. May wait for the departure of Aeromexico. Aeromexico due out at 5 o'clock, so we may push it another 30 or so minutes. We'll see. Again, I got plenty of battery to go as long as possible. Just whether or not the equipment will go that long, especially with the no breeze. There's like no airflow, no movement, breeze around here. always enjoy watching the wing flex as they bounce their way out here. So Copa back to Panama City. Going to be our next departure. Don't think there's anybody else out there waiting for departure. Come on, clouds. You're so close. The clouds so very close. If they'll do it, we can stay for a lot longer. We just need the cloud coverage. Lots of clouds off to the west. Slow moving at that. Looks like another 20 minutes or so for the next arrival. Long time between all of our arrivals here today, it seems like. I don't know what the deal is, but lots of time between all the arrivals. Air Canada getting ready for their pushback to head back to Toronto. Seems like they're leaving a little bit early. Normally they're around a 5 p.m. departure time because we always talk about Air Canada and Aeromexico leaving close to one another. So maybe Aeromexico's pushing back. I doubt it. I don't think they're due out till closer to 5 p.m. Yeah. Looks like I'm going to get my wish here. We're getting some of that cloud cover. Now if we could just get some wind in here. Help cool things down. Boy, the numbers really are bouncing a lot today of folks watching. Looks like jumping in increments of 10. Up and down, both directions. So, American Eagle out there getting ready to start engines. We've got Air Canada getting ready to be pulled to the starting line for their departure. Copa Airlines still out at the end of the runway waiting for their departure. Happening over on the other side as of right now. The American 777 getting their catering done. Other than that, nothing really happening over on the other side there. Copa getting ready to go. Copa headed back to Panama City. Boston A220-300 from Delta getting to move on, getting ready to head back to Boston. Canada on the move back to Toronto. So fingers crossed we see Aeromexico here in just a minute. Saw that A220 ready to go back to Boston. Again, we got that the cloud coverage that we've been wanting. Oops. All right, sorry about that. Soundboard took one heck of a tumble. Hopefully, good thing I caught it. We didn't break it. Those things are really extremely hard to replace. I mean, I can go down the street and buy one, but having the funds to replace it if we break it. 274 likes. Thank you guys. We're 26 likes away from reaching our goal. So thank you to everybody who has smashed the like button. Hopefully we can get those last 25 likes here in the next little bit. There's been a lot of people that's normally here that I haven't seen at all today. So hopefully everybody will smash the like button even after we go off the air today. I know a lot of folks busy getting kids ready for school and stuff. School starts back for a lot of places tomorrow. And there's a lot of different things going on YouTube today as well. I've been vigilant of other shows on today. Turn up the background. All right. Yeah, I almost dropped it there. Hopefully that's a little bit better. No, oh, there you go. Sorry, I had it muted. I could still hear it, but it doesn't mute it in my headset. It only mutes it for you guys. Whereas when I mute myself, it mutes me in the headset. It's weird how it works, but it is what it is. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Today, a lot of folks getting ready for school tomorrow and stuff to that effect. So I don't expect us to reach our like goal today. A lot of other things going on today. Shoot, I think the only moderator I've seen all day has been Ramona. And of course, Mrs. Carolina. I don't think any of our other mods have been here. Which is not good. We need to either employ some new mods or I don't know what we're going to do. But only having two moderators here for a long 7-8 hour show, depending on how long we stay, it's not ideal. So we're gonna have to work on that. JetBlue to Delta to Boston. They're gonna rapid fire departure these two out of here. Wondering if we can't just it's not like there's been a lot of chatter in the chat. You guys have been pretty safe all day, not really saying a whole lot, so not that big of a deal. It's not like I can't control the chat when there's not much going on by myself. Basically, so like how most of the moderators have been selected is you're here, you're here, you're welcoming to everybody that comes in. You gotta stand out, catch my eye, or catch one of our moderators' eyes. Generally, anytime we look for new moderators, I generally have a conversation with all my mods to look for new folks. But given we haven't had any mods here today, honestly, can't really do all of that. But again, like I said, the chat's been so quiet today, it's not really been much of a need for mods. So, I don't know. I'm going to have to go through and look at the analytics with such a slow chat. That always doesn't, from what I understand, that doesn't look good to YouTube. So it doesn't help us at all when our chat is as slow as it is. So I don't know. It's been the last couple of Sundays. Wednesdays have seemed to be fine. Yeah, I thought about putting up chatbot here lately. Tactical Lima, Zoe, good afternoon, Lynn. Good evening to Lynn. Lynn in England. So good afternoon, everybody. So YouTube does do analytics based on chat movement too. So if we don't have a whole lot going on in the chat, YouTube's not gonna focus on us too much. Not gonna recommend us because there's not enough going on. From what I understand, if that's the way the analytics read. All right, Air Canada getting out of here. You saw Aero Mexico getting out of here as well. The cloud coverage buying us some time here. Everything cooling down, thankfully. The lens on the camera no longer burning my fingers. So again, YouTube looks at many different factors, right? Like how many likes, how many subscribers, how many people are actually watching the show, and also the chat chat movements to whether or not they want to recommend the show to anyone. So with the chats being as slow as it's been the last 2 Sundays, not sure how good that's been for us. I have to go through and look at the analytics. Jazz 8:39 headed back to Toronto, Canada. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 3008 coming in from Miami, Florida. As we await the departure of Aero Mexico here. The other thing that I feel like YouTube does, I feel like YouTube sits. Like, they have people that watch all of the live shows. So I've noticed some different discrepancies in certain shows depending on what we're talking about. Well, depending on what we're talking about, we'll have more folks come into the show, depending on what we're discussing and what's happening on the screen. So I don't know if somebody sits there and does it that way as well, but I have my theories about the way YouTube works in other ways. So we're looking at 6 hours on the air already today. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed your day. 65 hours ago at San Diego. We've seen that with FedEx. They won't shut the whatchamacallit off on some of the FedEx here. And they'll be like, it landed 9 hours ago. Like, wait, what? It's like, why haven't they shut that off yet? So again, waiting on Aero Mexico. We've got a couple more flights. Looks like we've got one more big rush here. Possibly. We've got two. We've got United 1502 Delta from MCO in 11 minutes. American and United. Another United coming in from SFO, that max 9. And then Delta from Salt Lake City, 25 minutes out. So American touching down now. Hard on that nose gear. $286 likes. Thank you guys. What is that? 14 away. 14 away from our 300. Alright, Aeromexico up next. It looks like we are going to have our friends to the north and to the south depart back to back. Next arrival again is going to be United 1502 coming in from Chicago. That's going to be a 737-900 ER. Again, our E190 getting out of here, headed back to Mexico City. Mexico Connect, going to leave a little on the heavy side here. Thank you, Walter. I know I need to get my flight simulator back up and going again. I gotta get some computer parts. I gotta build my PC at home in order to get all my sim stuff back up and going. I got 4 driving games I do and 1 flight simulator. I haven't done any iRacing in a while. Doing pretty good with iRacing, but I gotta get some equipment for the PC. The PC's 8 or 9 years old now, and the steering wheel and pedals are more than that, 10, 12 years old. They don't even work with the computer anymore, they're so old. So it's time for an upgrade on all of that stuff. We got more important things to buy here for the show. Eventually, looks like we're going to get a solid stream of departures here for the next few minutes. You saw the 2 American. Well, one of those is coming and one of those is going, I assume. Next arrival is going to be Sun Country 919. Coming in from Minneapolis, 737-800. It's going to be the old Sun Country livery. It's not going to be the new-ish Tide Pod livery. Sun Country with a nice touchdown there. We've got Frontier hanging out over here for some reason. Finn the oceanic white-tip shark. So Finn's hanging out over here with his fin. Unintended. Joke intended. See, I feel like I'm missing some of the chat here. I feel like my thing's not working right. We've got United making their way out. I'm seeing a couple of messages that look like some have been skipped. So Finn the white-tip shark not sitting in the correct place. Let's look and see what our next couple of arrivals are going to be. That American Airlines 2704 headed to Shanat, headed out there. American Eagles CRJ 900LR coming in from Washington Dulles, or Washington Ronald Reagan, excuse me. That one arriving in about 3 minutes, followed by United from SFO. United 717 at 737 MAX 9 arriving in 4 minutes. Then we've got Delta 2496 coming in from Salt Lake City arriving in 15 minutes. There's a couple more in there between now and that one. I'm just checking the ones off to the northwest. We've got a Delta CRJ Endeavor 5260 from Newark in 10 minutes. Got another Frontier flight coming up from the south. Where'd it go? Flight radar taking a hot minute to load here. Frontier 1554. Gordon the Golden Eagle livery. He's 20 minutes away. 10-4 Ramona, as you guys can see, if you guys are following along in the chat, Ramona will be here on Wednesday. So she'll be up here hanging out with us Wednesday evening. And again, next weekend is a 3-day weekend for me. As far as the day job goes, what we're going to do those days, I don't know yet. Miss Carolina has other plans for us for Saturday, I believe, or she's going to try to have plans for us on Saturday. Don't mean I can't do an early morning show on Saturday, give you guys some Lufthansa action. Got to sit down and figure out what all we're doing on that Saturday. As a matter of fact, I'm getting a bunch of text messages, group chats and stuff. Big group text talking about my birthday dinner here. Since we had to postpone that a couple of weeks there, I'm just excited we're able to do it. That's good news. Good news. And my butt worried. So again, Finn's sitting in a weird place. I don't know what he's sitting here for. Again, Delta. Closed flight radar like it. Numbskull. Come on, come on, come on. PSA. It's a PSA 5404 coming in from Washington D.C. via Reagan. That one, CRJ 900LR. Picked up and touched the phone, so I apologize for the little stutter there. So we got a couple more arrivals here. We've got United getting ready to head out. I assume Finn's going to head out there. And there are a couple out at the end. All right, so after all of the departures, we'll see where we're at. See what's going to happen here. We've got another hour and 30 minutes before the 777 departures, thereabouts. I don't know that we're going to make it that long. We'll see how the numbers, if the numbers come back up or not, whether or not we'll stay for those 777s. But at the moment, I don't know if we will. I'm gonna run out of cloud before too long. All right, so next arrival is Delta 1312 coming in from Mickey Mouse Town, coming in from Orlando. 1 hour and 19 minutes of flight time here for this one. This one is an A319-100. Just a reminder, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. Trying to reach 300 today. We're about 10 away. So Delta from Orlando. American back to Charlotte. Going to be our next departure here, this A321. It's going to head out right in front of United at 7:17. Hopefully United doesn't have to make another go around here this afternoon. Don't think they will though. This A321 should get off the runway with plenty enough time. Wheels up. That's how close it is. United 717 again coming in from SFO. Max 9. Got a CRJ up for departure. Looks like they're trying to rapid fire them out of here. Where is that crow? It sounds awfully close. what's fun? I hear him like perfectly clear. I don't know where he's at though. Normally they're sitting up on the awning, but I don't know where this one's sitting. Unless he's sitting on the light pole down below me somewhere, or he's sitting on the level above us. Don't know exactly where he's at. Another touchdown here for Delta. Another CRJ. United getting ready to get out of here. There are several out there at the end of the runway. We've got Delta barreling down on them from Atlanta. Looks like Delta's going to do a go around here. There's no way, I don't think. So you've got Delta. We're going to find out. I'm going to stick with Delta. United's just now getting a move on. They're right on top of them. Come on, United, you better get off the runway. This one's going to be really, really close. United's not even to me yet. United's still not off the runway. Not even close. Y'all can't do that. Delta touching down before United even left the ground. That is not supposed to ever happen. Well, that's a first, seeing two of them touch the runway at the same time. That is not supposed to happen. Ever. Somebody somewhere really messed up, because like I said, that is never supposed to happen. It's going to happen. Here we go again. We've got Delta 24696 coming in from Salt Lake City. Another United on the runway. There's a little bit more of a buffer between the two this time. We're going to find out here in a second. These two, they're going to cut it close too. United getting a move on. I'm going to go to Delta like we did a moment ago. It's going to be a repeat. This one has a little bit more of spacing between it, but not by much. Nose wheel up for United. Delta's got plenty of time. United off the runway. See, now that's how it's supposed to happen. They're cutting them close this afternoon. To have been at the end of the runway for that one. That would have been a really good shot there at the end of the runway. What do we got here? Corvette. Thought we had something cool. It's just a Corvette. Alright, so Finn the white tip still sitting here. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 3287 coming in from Washington, D.C. It's going to be United Express E175 from Dulles. Don't know that it'll be investigated, but that's definitely not ever supposed to happen. So Matthew, I'll be here. I'll definitely be here Wednesday. The weekend, I was talking about possibly doing a couple of shows, possibly 3 shows next weekend. We'll just see how it goes. And then I got to sit down and talk to upper management about next Sunday or next weekend. Again, it is a 3-day weekend, so we'll see what we decide to do. It's typically a us decision. She's usually more adamant about me doing the shows than I am. Sometimes. Sometimes she's like, you need to keep it up. She definitely doesn't let me get away with missing a Sunday, unless a Sunday or a Wednesday, unless something bad happens. So usually those 2 days I'm out here regardless, unless we do something family oriented that weekend. All right, so another one touching down there. Got a lot of traffic here at the moment. We do have another one ready for departure. Looks like a Delta CRJ. Yeah, Tony, so the news actually, that one, the video you saw on the news was one that was on a post that I posted about that go around. CBS 17 reached out to me about that quote unquote incident, which wasn't even close since United did do the go around, wasn't even close. But that the video you guys saw on CBS 17 was on a post that I created about that flight, or about that go around. CBS 17 reached out to me and I told them no, that I declined letting them use any of my footage. I got too many people that I know at the airport. I'm not trying to get nobody in trouble. And I'm not trying to get in trouble with the airport by letting the news use my stuff over something that wasn't even a near miss. That one right there, I would have considered much more of a near miss than what we had a few weeks ago. So they had several people from CBS 17 trying to get in touch with me over that video. Again, I told them no. Now, if they were to contact me about the E-175 that landed here today in the emergency situation, sure. That's not going to get anybody at the airport in trouble. It's not going to, you know what I'm saying? I'd be able to do that, but anything like that, I'm not trying to do anything dumb. Miss Carolina gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership again. That's a 4th one today. Congratulations to Billy Farr for getting that membership. Next arrival is going to be Frontier 1554 coming in from Orlando. Gordon, the Golden Eagle livery. So they asked the person in the chat, they got in touch with the person in the comment section of my video and asked if they could use his video, and he told them yes, whereas I told him no. So, yeah, they didn't use any of my stuff after I told them no. On the news. to find fame. I'm not seeking news. News and other things. Finn the shark circling, yeah. Like I said, I'm not trying to get my stuff on the news. It's not that important to me. Not out here trying to get as much attention as possible. I don't like it. As much as I want the channel to grow, and I do want the channel to grow, and I want it to grow in the right ways, but I'm not going to be doing things and saying things and, you know, making stuff happen that way. That's just not the way I am. Especially if the airport's going to come at me and look at it like, well, he's here, he can't be here anymore because he's given his footage to the news, and that's going to get us in trouble. And this, I'm not for all of that. I kind of see the airport as a place of not really employment, but you know, I enjoy and respect the airport enough to not do something that could jeopardize them or myself. 296 likes. Thank you. 4 likes away from 300. So if you haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. Got about another hour left in the show. I guess we'll stay for the 777s as long as this cloud will hold. The cloud doesn't look like it has an hour left in it. But I guess we can try to make the 777 departures tonight. 6 and 6:30. Possibly. We'll see. Well, it looks like he circled his way around. I think he was just waiting for a departure slot. Why he was waiting right there, I have no clue. That's not a normal spot for them to sit and wait. Unless the actual penalty box is closed between the runways here, between Terminal 1 and Terminal 2. I haven't checked. I drove by this morning when I was trying to find a spot, but I didn't actually see if the penalty box was open. They were doing construction on that taxiway up the hill here in the middle. So it was closed last week. Another Delta going to, you guessed it, Atlanta. I'm assuming at this point. But being the only 737 for Delta we've had touchdown has been Salt Lake City, and they're nowhere near ready to go. They just got here. I'm assuming this is another Atlanta. 3 likes away from 300. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Make sure my phone is still charging. I'm surprised we're actually on the air still. We're sitting at 4G. Phone has stopped charging, by the way. We're at 81%. Cell phone back up to 5G. Alright, so Tony, Frontier 3314, Finn the Oceanic White-Tip Shark. He's headed to LaGuardia whenever he decides what direction he wants to go in here. So he is out there at the end of the runway finally. Again, waiting quite a few minutes there before getting a move on. Yeah, I'm really surprised that the show is still ongoing here because of the fact that the network keeps going haywire here. It keeps bouncing between 5G and 4G. So I'm surprised we're able to keep this going. About to lose our big cloud. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. That's what I said when they first stopped. That's, you know, you can't park right there. But I guess, you know, that United Express we're looking at made its way around it. So, and then Air France wasn't pushing back anytime soon. So they made it. Looks like we've got an American Airlines on final. American 1894 coming in from Charlotte, A321-200. I think this is probably our fourth Charlotte flight of the day. Oh, I wanted to check on that Delta, see where they're headed. They are, in fact, headed to Atlanta, Delta 1550. So next weekend, I think we need to keep a tally on how many Delta Atlanta flights we see. Out of here. Nobody's pushing back. 777, ooh, just getting cargo. This is something we don't see all the time. How often do we get to see the American 777 loading cargo? We were talking about this earlier. They're going to send some of North Carolina's finest to London. I don't know what that is, but we'll just say it's North Carolina's finest something. As they load that right up into the cargo hold. Thank you, Greg, for the $3 super chat for 300 likes. Right? It could be Cheerwine. They could be sending it over to London. Let the Brits know what Cheerwine is. Any Pepsi product. What else is from North Carolina? There's so much things invented in this state that they could be shipping over to the UK. So, what do we do? Looks like we've got this American from Charlotte. We've got a couple of Deltas coming in. Trying to make the decision here. We've got an hour left before these two depart. I think we'll end with the two 777s tonight. Nice long day of plane spotting. Hopefully we don't run into any issues. Ramona with $15 super chat says thanks for the awesome stream. You're very welcome as always, Ramona. Ramona, a good friend of ours here on the channel. Thank you to Ramona. So they're loading something else over there on the 777. I'm so fascinated by the cargo stuff. If you guys didn't know, all the loading and everything that they do over there. Pickled okra. Some fried okra sounds pretty good. I could handle that. That is my countryside coming out, the fried okra. See, like, I just want to know what all this stuff is that they're loading in the cargo hold. Like, what do we send in the UK? Like, what are they interested in that we have? But it's like we said, like I said earlier, there's no telling what all gets shipped on all of the airlines. So even like, you know, your 737s, your A319s, whatever, they're all carrying cargo for American Airlines, United Airlines. You know, that's how they make up part of their money. They can have an empty plane but still make a profit just from carrying cargo back and forth. It's not big money for them, but they can definitely double their profits if they have both cargo as well as passengers on board. So, as you see, we got a United A319 pushing it back. I know I haven't had any fried okra in forever, by the way. It's been quite some time since I've had any. Alright, so looks like we've got, hold on, flight radar is throwing an ad at me here. I really should get the paid version, shouldn't I? Looks like we got Delta 1407 coming in from Detroit, another A319-100 coming in. We've got a couple more Deltas as well. As you see, our United A319 ready to go, getting ready to go. Back over to the 777 and that United. They got anything else on that thing? Doesn't look like they're loading anything else at the moment. We've got a JetBlue out at the end of the runway, that E190 AR. Getting ready to head back to Boston, I think. Let's see. Let's give it a click here. Doesn't say. So it is a E190 AR getting ready for departure. It's going to be followed by another Delta. livery there. Again, this one back to Boston, I believe. Give it a minute to load here. So we're going to swing the camera back over this way. Our next arrival is going to be at Delta. So we've got Delta 2699 coming in from Minneapolis. JetBlue 2184 still says NA on the destination, but at least we have a flight number. Delta 2699, our next arrival here. So there's a car starting up right by our camera, so I apologize. Or right next to our big microphone. Touching down nicely again, this one from Minneapolis, Delta 2699. Speaking of Delta, we got another Delta coming in following that one, Delta 1018 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. JetBlue 2184, that is headed to Boston, Mass. So we got another Delta on the way from Fort Lauderdale. Looks like it's going to be another A319. So we got a minute or so for that arrival. It's pretty loud for a new car. Delta from Fort Lauderdale. A319 arrival. What is lobing with cams? I don't know if you guys hear that other car over there. It sounds like an old school muscle car. Where is that? Might be that Camaro sitting down there in line. The A320 coming around the corner. Again, this one from Minneapolis. Next arrival is going to be American 1441 coming in from Philadelphia. That's going to be an A319. Got about 2 minutes for that A319. Whew. As the sun beats down on your host. I'm 100% in the sun now. Internet giving us a little bit of a fluctuation there. Again, this one here from Minneapolis, Delta 2699. That A319 going to the other side over there. And then again, we've got American 1441 from Philadelphia, going to be our next arrival. That A319. Still got our 777 departures here in about an hour or so, less than an hour now, around 6 p.m. Also got Frontier Airlines going to come in here after the two Americans. We've got two up on final. It's also a Southwest, but Southwest over on the other side there. Not going to affect us. So we are going to end the day with the two 777s here this evening. Nice long day of plane spotting. I was looking at the time and I'm like, really? Only 7 hours? But then I remembered that we delayed the start of today's show by an hour because I couldn't find anywhere to park, and I was feeling a little under the weather when I started too. Feeling a lot better now. Of course, we've made it through the day with no issues. So again, this A319 from Philadelphia. Oh, I need some more of that wind to blow through here. Some fresh air. A huge jump in our viewers. We went from 130 back down to 99. I don't understand why the numbers keep jumping so much this afternoon. It's not the first time I've seen that either. Interesting. Either way, hopefully I'm not missing any of you guys' chat messages. Hopefully everything is working fine. I felt like we were missing one or two earlier. The chat's been extremely quiet today, so I don't know what I'm looking for. So the next arrival is going to be American Airlines. It's going to actually be Republic 4514 coming in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's going to be our next arrival. That's going to be another E175. 53 minutes of flight time for that one. There's the A220 you guys heard a moment ago. That A220 ready to head back to Boston. Or not Boston, headed to JFK. Or Boston departure was a few minutes ago. We also got Frontier flying in after American, so at least a couple more arrivals here. Again, we're going to wind the show down here at about 6:30, 6:15, 6:30. Depends on what time our two 777s get out of here. But they will end the day of plane spotting here at RDU. So this Republic's going to be another E175 LR. Chances are we might see that one here in the alleyway. Talking about the time, I have, however, been here since like 9:15 this morning. Again, I got here early. Thought I was going to find a parking spot, couldn't find one. And I'm glad I didn't just settle for the parking spot. I'm glad I waited a few extra minutes. Because otherwise we wouldn't be doing this the remainder of this show. All the parking spaces were against poles. You could see the 05s, but you couldn't see the 23s at all. So patience paid off in this instance. That's again. I know the way of it. I do it too. I'll put a show up on TV, and I watch more YouTube than I do anything else. Unless you got some racing or something, like last night I was watching the NASCAR race or something, but most of the time I'm watching YouTube. Got an American 737-800 headed down the hill. Don't know where that one came from. Got JetBlue back to JFK, this A220-300. So, buddy's doing all right. He's hanging out at home. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to check Instagram yet today. I've been busy doing other things behind the scenes too, so Instagram's been on the back burner at the moment. All right, so. But I will check your messages, Tony. Again, I told you to send me that one, so got to check on all of those. So we're looking at Frontier 1168 coming from Atlanta. I swear I feel like I've said that a lot today. 1 hour flight time. Lone Star, the Longhorn on board. It's been a while since we've seen Lone Star. I used to watch Gold Rush all the time. I haven't watched an episode of Gold Rush in, man, I don't even know how long. A really, really long time. same. I'm a YouTube junkie. There's enough stuff on YouTube to keep me busy, keep me occupied. That A320 has still yet to move back here. So you check out the 777. The 777 should be getting close to ready to time to go. Between this one and Air France, again, we've got about 40 more minutes left in the day of plane spotting here. 7 hours, 3 minutes on the air. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the day of plane spotting. Still got some time. So those 777s will be our last departures of the day. Kind of United out at the end of the runway. United 602 headed to Chicago. It's an A319-100. They're just sitting out there, it looks like, right now. No movement out of them yet. Yeah, Mrs. Caroline is always busy with things on Sundays, so she floats in and out of the show. I think she spent most of the day here, though. Not necessarily in chat, but she's been watching most of the day on TV. It's like everybody else. I need to go to another airport where I can stand facing the sun on the right side. My left arm is so much darker than my right because of doing this show. Oh my goodness, it's hilarious. Ryan, good evening. It's quite the traffic jam back here now. Well, that A319's turned around. That's all he was up to. But you see the Lone Star, the Longhorn, making his way back there. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4487 coming in from LaGuardia. Another E175. Almost a 4-for-1 shot there. Republic Airways from LaGuardia, 4487, their flight number. Oh, I guess Delta's not got their stuff together over there, letting that A320 from Minneapolis just sit. They'll get them into that gate in a minute, but you got to think you've got Frontier Airlines sitting there waiting too. So that's what you guys are hearing a lot of. Wow, this is a United 737 out there at the end of the runway. So we had two Uniteds hiding beyond the trees. See. Oh, that's American, not United. Oh, I'm on the wrong side of this glass roof. Hold on, I'll show you. Look at that. Oh, ruining my departure shot. Ruining everything off to the left. Here comes that A319. Blinded me. They're gonna make this American Eagle wait too. Had one wait here forever earlier. All right, still no movement out of the American 777. But again, we should see that one's departure here before too long. So that United is United 602 again, headed it back to Chicago. I got no more arrivals close by. It doesn't look like the American 737 we saw depart a moment ago. That was American at 2851 headed to Philadelphia. So now we sit and we wait for the 777's departures. American still has their baggage loader. We can't see Air France at all, so there's no telling what Air France still has going on. But they should push within the next 15 minutes or so. We have a Delta A319 on the way out of here. I think that one's headed to Tampa or Fort Lauderdale. I believe that one was the one that came in from Fort Lauderdale earlier. The other day they tricked us. It came in from Tampa and went to Fort Lauderdale when it left. It's one of the only ones that was here. Looks like they might be ready for this one. They've got somebody out there ready to marshal it, but they don't have anybody out there to walk it in. No wing walkers out there. Oh, I'm about to get another dark cloud. Gonna cool me down, and I've got a nice breeze. Gonna be the perfect way to run through the end of this show. I really can't look to the left for that glass down there. Drew. All right, I'll bite. How many? Because that's, I think Terminal 2 is exactly a mile long, if I remember correctly. It might be just shy of a mile, maybe a little more than a mile. I can't remember. How many steps did you get? It's a nice way to get your steps in, walk around the airport. Man, they are really not in a hurry with these American Eagles today. 900. No, you don't think it's a mile? Maybe it's a quarter of a mile. I can't remember. Somebody told me. So one end to the other is 900 steps. I need to measure that. There's a way you can measure it on Google Maps. If anybody has Google Maps open, you can measure one corner or one end to the other. Maybe it is a quarter of a mile. I don't know why I was thinking a mile. The runway is 2 miles long, or thereabouts. Order A319 ready to go. I think the most amount of steps I ever did in a day was like 28,000. I've hit 20,000 at work. Tripod sat in the sun just long enough to heat the fluid up in it. To where it thinned it out, making it harder for me to track that. Alright, so the baggage belt coming away from the American 777, so let's go over here and keep our eyes on that while we wait to watch them pull the gate back. So they should be ready to go anytime now. I don't have any more arrivals for this side as of right now, so we can focus on our triples. I think 29:30, something like that. We hit that at Disney. We took a lot of transportation toward the end of the day, so that took away from a lot of our step count. I need to go back and do it all again. You almost got to train for Disney. If I decide I want to go again come fall, winter time sometime, I'm going to have to start training. Get my butt ready for that. Although I do walk about 10 to 12,000 steps every single day with my job. Lifting all kinds of heavy objects all day. It's part of why my back no longer feels good for the last week and a half, 2 weeks almost. I think Wednesday will be 2 weeks. I've had back issues. What's funny is I heard it at work, but I wasn't working. I bent down to pick something up out of my toolbox, and it kind of did its thing. It's hurt me ever since. For about a week and a half there. So again, waiting on the 777s to get out of here. Those two are going to be the last two planes of today's show. Nice long episode today. 7 hours 19 minutes so far. 7 hours 20 minutes. Oh yeah, when we got back in the van to go back to the house that we were staying at, nobody was saying a word. None of the kids, none of the adults, nobody. Everybody was like just relieved, I guess, to be ready to go to get back. And what was funny is we didn't get back and in bed till like 11, 12 o'clock at night, and the next morning we're up 5:30, 6 o'clock, ready to go again. Ready to hit it again. And, you know, I gotta say, I felt really, really good that week. Probably one of the best feeling weeks I've had in a long time, to be honest, even with the lack of sleep. I felt really, really good. We've got a Novello coming in other side, I believe. I don't think they're gonna see their way over here to us. As you see, Gate D20 pulling back from the American 777, 174 heavy, back to London. If you get me walking and doing things that I enjoy doing, I'm okay all day long. But if I'm walking around and it's, you know, not very interesting or work or whatever, I'm just like, I want to go sit down somewhere. I don't want to walk anymore. She put me at a theme park, man. I'm ready to work out all day, every day. I'll walk 1,000,000 miles a day. It's funny how that works. I even felt great for a couple of days after coming back from vacation. But yeah, there were a lot of evenings we left the park and nobody said a word. Same, exactly the same, Eddie. It is definitely a mental thing for me. You know, Disney, you're in an exciting new place. You're happy to be there. When you're doing the same old mundane things every day, you know, your brain's like, care less. I suffer with that problem every single day. All right, so American 174 heavy getting ready to push here. One of the last planes of today. We got this one, and we've got Air France back to Paris. I just can't believe you went to Disney in June. I've never been to Disney in the summer. However, I have been to Florida in the summer. I was there for 4th of July one year. I was there in Miami around my birthday one year, which is in August. So yeah, I survived that, but I don't know if I could survive Disney in the middle of June or July. They say August is even worse, but again, I don't know that I could handle it either way, midsummer. prefer the fall and the winter time. Those are the two main times of the year we go. If it's not Halloween, we go for Christmas. Last year we went for Halloween time. I'd like to try to go for Christmas again this year. So they're going to do the weird pushback thing. Yeah, if I could go to Disney more often, I absolutely would. I'd like to go more times throughout the year, but I would strictly stick to the wintertime months from October on. October's never been too bad. We've been twice in October, once in January, December, January. We left after Christmas one year, went down there. We did New Year's Eve at Magic Kingdom. I don't recommend that. It was fun. I recommend doing it once, but after that, I don't know that I would recommend doing it again. Just absolutely chaos trying to get out of Magic Kingdom after New Year's Eve. As a matter of fact, last year, if a lot of our original viewers remember, we did a live show inside the airport here and us boarding our plane to head down to Disney last year. So I'd like to do that again. If we decide to go again sometime this year, I'd really like to do that one more time. Hopefully you guys would enjoy a live walk in the terminal there. We did that on a Monday or a Tuesday. Monday, I think. We were going to pick it up in MCO, but we didn't do it because there was just a lot of chaos going on. But now, I think if we were to do it again, definitely would be a chance of us doing it at MCO. Just none of us had ever been to MCO, so I didn't know what to expect. Not only do we have American 777, we've got Alaska Airlines headed back to Seattle. I thought about doing some more travel type videos, live videos, like taking you guys on the road. We talked about that before. And just to be clear, we talked about that way before Airline Videos Live ever did it, as well as doing the live walking tour inside of the airport. We did it before then. So I don't need anybody being like, oh, you're stealing what Airline Videos did. Nope. I've had these ideas and have acted on one well before they did theirs. So, but anyway. Something I enjoyed hanging out with you guys inside the airport when we did that one. Yeah, so Epcot's like a big party. I don't know how New Year's is. New Year's at Hollywood good? I know Magic Kingdom was fantastic. I really enjoyed it, but never again. Complete and utter chaos. Took us forever to get out of the park after the fireworks and stuff. It's absolutely crazy. All right, so there goes Alaska, a Delta, and our American 777 is still sitting over here. Get to enjoy those howling Trents here in just a minute as they get ready for departure. Again, American 174 Heavy, one of our last ones. We should have Air France push back here in just a minute. Those two will be our last two planes of today. we did New Year's, our kids were young too. Now that both of my kids are older, we didn't have any issues with them. Of course, my oldest only went to one park for one day. While the rest of us went, me, the wife, and my youngest, we all went to the other parks throughout the day. He stayed with the grandparents. That was the one day that they chose to come to the parks. So he came that day. Our oldest, if you guys don't know, autistic. So he doesn't do well with loud noises and chaotic crowds and stuff. But he did just fine when we went to Magic Kingdom that day. All right, so we do have an American taking off here. Come on, Air France, push back. I want to see you two depart back to back. And we said it earlier in the show, we were talking about time change come October 31st, November, or whenever it is. American Airlines won't be flying in until about 6 p.m. and leaving around 10. Why American does that for the London flight, I'll never understand. But summertime, it's 1 to 6. Wintertime schedule is 6 to 10. 10:30. That one there looks like it's headed down to Miami. Possibly. We'll check on that American. Not available. American 3008, but I do have a feeling it's headed. Could be the Philadelphia flight, but I feel like that's going to be the Miami flight. It is. Flight radar updating for us. (181.4 feet long. How long is a mile? 2,000 something? I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've been out of school. They have to account for difference in daylight savings between the U.S. and Europe. They go back at around the same time. They actually go back in time before we do. So they drop an hour before we do. And so for like, what is it, a week or 2 weeks, we're 5 hours instead of 6, or 4 hours instead of 6 hours time difference. Yeah, I've never understood why they switch it around like that. Air France doesn't change. They stay the same. They still arrive at 4 p.m. regardless. So does Lufthansa. Alaska off to Seattle. This 737. Back to Seattle. All right, Eddie, have a good evening and have a wonderful start to your week. Again, we've got 2 main departures here, and then we're done for the weekend. Got a CRJ up next. Looks like we're going to have a little rapid fire departure action happening. Sun Country coming down the hill, not in the Tide Pod livery, in their old livery. I prefer the Tide Pod livery over this one. I like the bright orange on the front of Sun Country's new livery. New-ish. It's a few years old now. Surprised to see Sun Country make their way down here. There she is, the American 777. Now, hopefully we don't get any pesky CRJs or E175s pushing back or coming in to ruin our shot. Come on, Air France. I think our first one starts at $1.99, $2.99 maybe, and then they go up from there. I think the most expensive one is like 20 bucks if I remember correctly. I didn't set those prices, YouTube did. I was going to start them at 99 cents and it wouldn't let me, but so I think it's $1.99 or something like that. I haven't looked into it since we started doing the memberships, but yeah, feel free to join the memberships. That helps keep the channel going. Alright, so this is Delta coming in. Let me guess, another one. Nope, this one's Delta 508. Coming in from Los Angeles. I was going to say, let me guess, another Atlanta flight, but it's not. This one is from Los Angeles. We didn't have, did we have American from LA land yet? I don't think we did. Got a United 737 making their way out of here. Got a Spirit Airlines coming to the west of the airport here, so that we might see the big yellow banana over here in a minute. We'll see how that turns out. We have Delta 1370 coming in from MCO as well, both of them off to the west of the airport. Delta getting ready to make that turn. That is an A319. We've got an A220, but I believe the A220 is coming in on the other side. They are. Yeah, we've only got a couple departures left. Actually, we have a lot of departures left, but our main squeeze, the last two are about ready to go. Hopefully Air France will be ready to go here in a minute. Sun Country, I believe, back to Minneapolis. I'm gonna mute, turn it up. You guys enjoy the new 777. Delta 1370 here coming in from MCO. Now we're waiting for our Air France departure. They should push back here anytime. Surprised they didn't push back around 6:15. So again, we're waiting on one more departure. Gotta wait on her to push back. We got this American Eagle ready to roll. We do have Spirit Airlines coming in from Fort Lauderdale, Spirit 2098. It's going to be an A321-200. Going to be our next arrival on this side. So this will be the second Spirit Airlines we've seen today. Coming in on this side. Uh-oh. Are we having issues with, what you call it, or what? I'm going to have to look at flight radar and see if Air France is delayed. You see the cargo handler going across there? That's never a good sign. So hopefully Air France isn't delayed. them towing American Eagle over behind Air France is also another good indication that they're not nowhere near ready to go. So again, Spirit Airlines coming in from Fort Lauderdale. This one I think will go full length and go up the south taxiway, as opposed to turning around and coming back up this way. Paris estimated 620, or supposed to be 620, estimated 630, 635 now. So hopefully we don't suffer too much of a delay for Air France here. So that's what we got going on currently for Air France. We've got a CRJ on the move. You live like right at the end of the fives, like a couple miles away. You're able to catch them coming in and out quite easily. So we've got American, Delta, and an American Eagle all on their way out as we patiently await Air France's departure. Looks like we're going to have a full-on 8-hour show today. We've got about 10 minutes before we reach 8 hours. United 737 is going to leave a little on the low side. Thank you, Eddie. 329 likes for the day. So thank you guys for getting us past our goal, our adjusted goal. All right, so United if flight radar will let me click on it, headed to Newark, New Jersey. That was a 737 at 900. Headed out to Newark. We have our next arrival. Looks like it's going to be Delta 3246. You guys will never guess where from. That would be Atlanta. Atlanta. Just say they're all from Atlanta. So Air France pushing about 20 minutes late now. I was on the Piper Warrior earlier today. Dang. Were you on Terminal 2 side at all? Was that bright green one? Or yellow? The bright yellow one we saw leave earlier? That one's, if it was, that is absolutely one of my favorite. And I mentioned it earlier in the show. It's one of my favorite liveries for any airplane ever made. I love that bright high-vis color. Convenient. Man, that's a really nice plane. Yeah, definitely convenient coming back and forth between here and Atlanta, especially like when we have school and stuff. It's pretty convenient. They send us down to school in Atlanta, or at least they used to. I don't know if they're going to anymore. So hopefully, we'll see about that. They didn't for the last beginner class. And if that's the case, I don't know. I don't know if I'll enjoy school if I can't go down to, whatchamacallit. Dang, we got 3 more arrivals at least. Again, still waiting on Air France. Air France now officially 21 minutes late. I'm wondering if since they brought the baggage or the cargo handler over, if they didn't have a miscalculation in cargo or they got some last minute cargo to throw on board. Sending some of North Carolina's finest over to Paris. Whatever it may be. We made that joke earlier about the American 777 to London. So Delta from Atlanta. Don't bother me as long as I keep it open. Alright, so Delta from Atlanta. We've got an American out there at the end of the runway ready to go. I think this is our American Eagle. No, it's an A321. This one headed back to Charlotte. Some bone sucking sauce. Alright, so the A321, I have a feeling headed back to Charlotte. We'll find out in a minute though. Oops. Boy, you can't look away for half a second. Next arrival is going to be United 1322 coming in from Washington Dulles. Going to be an A319. Oh, that's what was wrong with it. I didn't fully loosen the pin. I was wondering why I was struggling to get that upward shot. I didn't fully loosen the lock. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Looks like our little battery died here. That's weird. Our little battery never fails. Oh, that's right. We were running the fan on it. That's why. And we are at 8 hours, so that battery is fantastic. Gotta be quicker to drive. I don't know. We should test that one day, Tony. We should set up one of those YouTube races like people do. This changed all kinds of settings here. Hold on. There we go. It's like we talked about last week. Charlotte's busy. Charlotte is absolutely a busy airport, busier than LAX. However, it is just a connection airport. There's no real, yeah, you have some people flying in there for destination, but more often than not, you're hopping like from here. Say you want to go to Jacksonville, Florida. You've got to hop on American Airlines here, go to Charlotte, then go to Jacksonville. Or even if you wanted to go to Asheville, North Carolina, you've got to stop in Charlotte, go up that way. So it's just Charlotte's just a middleman kind of airport. Hey, we've got a heavy coming. FedEx 785 from Memphis, Tennessee. Come on, Air France. You guys are already really, really late. So we're going to get one more heavy surprise here at least. 703 for Air France. Thank you for the update. So that'll be good. We'll get this FedEx arrival. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more arrivals. FedEx being number 4, unless they decide to bump Delta out of the way and move Delta over to the left. Let's see what they decide to do. Exactly, the Top Gear episode. We need to. I also saw another YouTube channel that flew from Miami to Orlando, and the other guy took the Brightline train. That was a cool episode of whatever that was I was watching. Yeah, I could probably do it in 2 hours if I wasn't afraid to get a ticket. I could probably do it faster than that. Again, if I wasn't afraid to get a ticket. So it was a quarter of a mile long. I thought it wasn't too crazy. do it, telling them we're doing it for science. This is a test vehicle. But then it wouldn't be a fair race, see, because you've got to do the speed limit, remember? So you gotta do it fairly. You gotta drive like normal and see how long it takes you to fly. And of course, if you have to be here 2 hours before your flight, right? So automatically, as soon as you walk in the door for that 2 hours and I leave, I'm already there before you even leave the ground, right? Just depends. Technically, you don't have to be here 2 hours before, but it's a good etiquette, I think, to be here 2 hours before your flight. You could do it. So you could do it from parking garage to parking garage, right? So I could be here on level 7, leave, and then Tony could meet me on level whatever the top floor of Charlotte is, 7. I think that would be an interesting race. So FedEx 785, number 2 for arrival. Now they did bump Delta over, getting a heavy influx here in traffic. We've got a Delta sitting on the runway. We've got another one barreling down on top of it. We've got American Airlines 1888 from Dallas Fort Worth barreling down on this one here. Let's see, what's he gonna do? There he goes. Third go around of the day. FedEx going to be our next arrival. FedEx 785 from Memphis, Tennessee. Air France pushing back. Finally, here we go. The last 2 heavies of the day. It's a good way to end the show. Have an American go around there for Delta Airlines. Second go around of the day. Man, they've been really cutting them close. Really, really close to here this afternoon. I wasn't sure if I figured with that one, American or Delta getting off to such a late start that American would have to go around with that one. All right, FedEx 785 again from Memphis, Tennessee. 1 hour, 22 minutes of flight time for that. 767-300F. Yeah, I don't know what's going on today. It's not like it's that busy. Nice smoky touchdown for the 767. Nice sounding arrival for FedEx. Always good to see the 76s. There she is, the last departure of the day. Right there, last plane. Been on the air 8 hours, 6 minutes. Hope you guys have enjoyed every minute of it today. 3 go-arounds, several close calls, 1 emergency landing with fire trucks involved. Been an interesting day here at RDU. You guys enjoy the power or the sounds of the GEs as well as the FedEx 76. So Eddie, I'm not sure how it works. I know they do it based on like 10, 5, and 2 mile finals, who's closest. But if the pilots and the plane on the ground don't get moving, then obviously you have incidents like that. The other thing is like we were talking about earlier, I got a friend of mine that works in the tower, and he told me if you ever see 2 planes touch the ground at or on the same runway, that's a big no-no. American go around there, they're number 1 on final, ready to make their final approach once again. Again, that was American 1888 from Dallas Fort Worth. That's 737-800. If you guys missed that go around, go back and check it. About 5 minutes or so ago. Again, Air France, our last departure of the day. Enjoy. Yeah, Eddie, we'd like to go to even busier airports. Wait till we go to Charlotte. Charlotte's constant
The thing about Charlotte is you get that, what I like to call hashtag hub life, where it'll be busy and busy for 45 minutes to an hour, and then nothing for an hour and a half. It's the way it is in DC too, when we go up to Dulles. Attempt here for American 1888, and we'll go back to focusing on the 777. Yeah, we need to make a trip to Charlotte. Normally we do it around September. Hopefully when other things change here again, we've got some personal things going on. Once those change, hopefully we'll be making some more trips at least once a month. Hopefully. Finally getting a move on too. All right, American 1888 finally safe in after their go around. As we check out the 777, heading out to the end of the runway here. Again, this our last departure of the day. Thank you, Eddie. I'm glad you're here. We greatly appreciate you being here and hanging out with us. Glad you're enjoying the channel. Thank you for the kind words. We're just a small channel at a small-ish airport. Bring you guys all that RDU has to offer. Just glad to be able to bring you guys the planes that we do have here at RDU. Without all of you, this channel wouldn't exist. So I appreciate each and every one of you. We've had some hard times over the last couple of years. Again, our 2-year anniversary coming up. Not this coming Friday, but the following Friday, September the 5th. We've been on the air doing this for 2 years. On the air. Come on, E175, please don't let them sit back here. Oh, thank God they're out here waiting for this one. Come on, get him in there. Get him in there. Shut him down. We want to hear these GEs roar out of here. Got to make the last departure of the show exciting. Oh, we've got an A320 starting up over on the other side. We got lucky with the American 777 departure. Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate you watching all day. Late for Lynn over there in the UK. I know she's been here most of the day. So again, I want to thank all of you guys. As we like to do every end of the show here, like I said, without all of y'all, there is no show. Looks like we're going to have Delta go first. I'm kind of hoping that the small ones go first, because we do have a United headed out as well. So maybe that United 737 might be the bonus plane. I think there were more than just this one United headed out that way. Our main focus, though, is that 777. That one, our last official plane of the show. It's been a good 8 hours, 15 minutes hanging out with you guys, hanging out at the airport today. Congratulations to all of the new channel members today. I think there were 8 or 10 gifted today. Thank you to all of the contributions today, the gifted memberships, the super chats, everything you guys have done for us here today. All right, here we go. Last one. I'm going to shut up a minute and let you guys enjoy the 777. Enjoy these GEs. Then we'll finish up the day. We started. There's only one other United out there. We've seen a lot of United. Well, no, there's United and another Delta, it looks like, out there. Nothing special. Again, I want to thank you guys. Greatly appreciate y'all hanging out with us today. It's been a magnificent day. First 8-hour day we've had in quite some time, since sometime back in July. So very, very wonderful. Thank you guys again for all the contributions, just hanging out, being in Lurkers Lounge, whatever it may be. Being in Lurkers Lounge really does a lot, if you guys didn't know that as well. So thank you guys. Once again, we'll see you guys on Wednesday. Have a wonderful start to your week. We'll see you Wednesday. See ya.